What's going on, everybody? How's everyone doing today? We're going to be getting things started. We are going to make a scaling system that will automatically show us what it is, what our current distance factor will be for when we set up our actual AI. So like it'll know, okay, how far away from the core are we where the players are starting? And the reason why we want to do this is so that the players, when they spawn in an area, they're not just like getting stuff spawning on top of them and like total carnage and chaos. So we're gonna make a multi ring system. This is probably gonna take a while to make, but I need to have this working so that I can scale the differences for each map. So I'm probably gonna build this into the beacon because each mission will have a beacon, even if it's visual or not. They'll have a beacon. So this is kind of like saying like, okay, this is where the players are going to spawn next to. We're also going to set it up so that this spawn pad goes away, and this spawn pad is actually going to it's not really going to be a thing. Instead, what we're going to do is we're just going to spawn somewhere within the vicinity of this beacon, and I think that should be good. So we're going to kind of like beef up the beacon is what I'm saying. So let's get down to business here and let's figure out how we want this to work. Let's look at the draw board real quick here on Obsidian, and let's see if we can design a system real quick. We're going to have our game mode, which is our server, and this is going to say find beacon, set player spawn location in radius, and then it's going to get beacon radius markers, spawn missions and native assets accordingly. Okay, so I just want to like write that down so I have a little note. So that's what we're going to basically be doing for this section here. So let's see what we got here. So first of all, let's get rid of the beacon or the homeworld spawn, and let's make it so that the server recognizes this instead of that. It'll be a little bit cleaner. So we're going to say, and this is only for the game mode for when you're on another world. So we're going to go to, let's see here. Where is my stuff? There it is. Okay. So main game mode. Close that for a minute. Okay. I'm going to go all the way back to where this thing starts from, which is over here, but let me turn this into performance mode so I get some more frames. Okay, and we're gonna go to this side. So right here, find spawn pad. So we are basically going to change this. Let's see, so spawn pad is what's being found. I'm gonna change this to an actor. Yep, it's gonna freak out, that's fine. And we're gonna call this spawn location site. Or actor. I should just call it actor. Okay. Alright. Compile. I'm waiting on some variables to update on the other side here. Okay, so that's going to take me to this here. So let's just update this real fast. So find spawn pad. Let's see. This is in. Did I make that a normal function or is that a BPL function? That was a spawn. Where is this? Begin play. Are we finding this twice? Main game mode. Find spawn pad. Homeworld true. False. What is find spawn pad? Find spawn pad. It's its own function? Am I even using that? Find spawn pad. That might be something old, actually. See where it's actually being used. DPL find spawn pad. That is not. Whatever. I'm just gonna freaking delete it. Okay, so spawn actor, beacon asset. Really, what we care about is the beacon asset becomes the spawn location actor. So we're gonna have to change that as well. But for now, we're just gonna leave it like that. So let me grab. Where is this? Find spawn. Okay, I think I have two things in here. This must be like an old one that's like glitching on me. I don't really give a shit. So I'm just gonna delete that. There we go. All right. All right. So this is gonna spawn the commander in a location. This location is going to be from our actor. So let's say spawn location actor. I'm just gonna get location of whatever that actor is. And I want to get actor transform. There we go. And we'll pick a random navigatable radius. So let's do get random navigatable radius within the origin of this. So get actor location within a radius of about 600. And then we'll make that random location our spawn location. Do it this way. All right. Target, yeah, okay. 600. All right, so this radius will be dependent on the beacon. So let me grab the beacon now. And we're gonna need that beacon data, so let's pull up that asset while we're at it. Okay. And the beacon's gonna have a random location within a radius. Okay, so we'll say spawn radius. Say player spawn radius. So there's gonna be a few of these. Native asset radius. And we're gonna have mission radius. And we're gonna also have safe zone radius. So player spawn region, let's grab that. There we go. All right. Alright, so now players will spawn in a random radius around the beacon's radius of whatever we say it is. Now we're going to have to say this is going to need a spline. We're going to call this native asset radius. Okay, we change that. Okay, let's make a native asset radius here. So this is going to be location. Spline point, location, let's see, roll time, no. Spline length, I'm gonna need that, I think. We're gonna do we got 0, 0, 0, and we're gonna do. I haven't messed with splines in a while, so it's gonna take a hot minute here. If I can find my damn spline, can't see shit. I don't know where my spline went. Hey, it's just gone. Awesome. Cool beans. Cool story. It's gonna be a closed loop.
Partisans working so hard every day. Typical threats, get out of my way. I'm a threat unseen, if you know what I mean. Taking down towers is a casualty. Can't prep for this, get ready for this. Last thing seen is a wound up fist. I'ma cut right through ya. Killers can't stop me blasting through ya. Boom, boom, blowing off artillery. Raining fire from the heavens.
Alright, so we're gonna go 2000, 2000.
Like Santa sleigh. Logi is the key to the war, you know. Pushing B mats in my favorite Alto, locked and loaded and ready to go. Sandbag stack, let's start the show. Loading up is like Amazon Prime. Logi holding up the front of the lines.
Okay. 2000, negative 2000. Okay, so this is good. There's my actual spline. Alright, so what I want to do is I got to get this spline to like increase its scale size. But I can't use the scale, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the points of each one and change the size based on a math probability. So we're going to say get spline points. In local space, point index 0. And we want to change the position to be, okay, so which one's 0.0? Let's see. Oops. How do I see the point position type? Which one's input key 0, 1? Okay, so this one's 0. This is gonna be negative, negative. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna say multiply by negative, negative. So I need to say whatever this is. We gotta make a new variable. Oh wait, we already have it. My bad. We're gonna call this native asset radius, and we'll say take this. Let's see, if I have a radius and I set it to 2,000, and I want that 2,000 to subtract by itself, right? Multiply twice. So we're gonna multiply it by 2, I think. And then I'm gonna use AI for the math on this because this is gonna get a little funky. Let's see what Grok says here, because me and math don't always get along too well. Okay, so we're gonna clear spline. I see. All right, so we're just gonna start it straight up. Clear spline points. Okay. All right. Add spline point. It's going to be radius times angle, and then radius. Oh boy, yeah, there's some crazy math coming in here. I gotta convert angles to radians for a cos and a sin node, degrees to radians. What the fuck? Here's my point. Add 4 spline points. Okay. Alright, and then we're going to say for x, use radius times cos, angle in radians. Cos radians. Okay. Wrong one. This one. Okay. What's going on, Spam? What's shaking, man? We are making a really cool line point position, set closed loop, true. Okay. We were making a really cool setup here. Each point 0, 90, 180, 270. So it's going to take some time. Basically, we're making a system where I can type in like I'll be able to type in like how much of a safe zone I want, and it will make like a radius circle around this beacon, and then it'll know to not spawn things within certain safety radiuses. And we'll make it like really nice and clean, but it's technically an admin tool, but once it's done, it's going to be sweet. All right, so let's do this. We'll set that to construct real quick. So if I do this now and compile, okay, we're going to have a bunch of errors, which is fine. All right, so now I need to set up these ones. So XY, how do I know which points these are? Degrees to radians, angle 0, 90, 180, 270. Degrees to radians. What's this? Degrees, radians. Turns radians value based on the input degrees. Oh. Oh, okay. All right. So I need to set these as. Oh, okay. I see. So this goes here. This goes here. And then we keep this broken off. And then we make this one 0. Yeah, this is like some deep level math shit, which I have not done before, but I want to do it. So AI is telling me how to do it. The age of AI, man. You know how long it would take to try to find like a tutorial or something to explain this crap? So much easier this way. All right, now that we know that that's what we want, we can just stack this. The age of AI. Yep. I freaking love it, man. Yeah. Because, like, I am not a math guy, dude. Like, me and math, I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'll pass. All right. We're going to grab this. Paste. Paste. And then these are our angle differentials. So now we just basically say this and this. And then I set these to 0, 90. Whoops, not that. That's always 0. This. 90. 180. 260. Okay. Oh, 270, my bad. And then we should be good. Now I compile that. And now if I set my radius, this is pretty cool. So this is my beacon right here, right? So there's no like big white circle around it right now, but if I change, let me make these all instance editable so we can actually adjust them in real time. This is gonna be really cool when it's done. It's gonna be so nice to see everything in real time. Okay, so now I can just say, make it 700. Boom, look at that. Look at that. Look how cool that is. All right, throwing down a sound effect. I got you there. That's a good one that everyone loves to hear over and over. If I can find the damn thing. There it is.
I do believe that the proverbial shit has in fact hit the fan.
I used to have all those things automated, but major program and the dev would get excited to talk to me in math language for 20 minutes straight, and I have no fucking Yeah, I'm just here to break it. Exactly. It's yeah, that's a tough one, man. That's a tough one. So here's what's really fucking awesome about this. So this is my beacon right here, right? So what this is going to do is it's going to say how big on this map, how far away do I want to make sure that native assets don't spawn in, right? So effectively we can say, you know what, let's make that, you know, something like 2000. Boom. So now there's a guarantee that no enemies, no POIs, no rare resources or anything that's like native to the map will spawn in this area. This is exclusive to just the players or whatever. So pretty cool. Pretty cool. So yeah, I think I might just call that the native zone. And then we know that all native assets will spawn in there. I don't even need the player spawn radius, to be honest. But we'll leave that just for shits because I might use that for something else. Well, no, you know what? Let's do it right. Let's do it right. So we'll say take this. Because why not, right? Like, let's just make it one thing. We don't need two variables. Get native spawn radius. Okay, so now when I play the game, I should spawn somewhere in that radius as a player. And I now know that no native assets will ever spawn inside that basically that area. So let me think about this. Hold on. Do I want a player region and then a separate one for the native spawner? I gotta think about this carefully for a minute. Because the players, yeah, I think I want them separate actually, because there's a chance that I want to push like assets further away from the players so that like there's no like issue or anything. You know, or anything like that. So let's take this math formula real quick. And we're going to turn this into a BPL. So that we can use this anywhere in the world whenever we want to make a random angle corner. So I don't have to like reinvent the wheel every freaking time. So we're going to go function BPL. We're going to call this angle math calculator. Now I can just say BPL angle like this. And then we can just do this, do this, do this. And this will be our radius. And this will be our angle. All right. This will be our result. No need to reinvent the wheel, right? Okay, so now I don't need any of this shit. I just need this, which is much cleaner. And I can use that in anything, anywhere, at all times. So, way more efficient. By the way, I looked it up. BPLs are super freaking efficient. So, blueprint libraries, when I say BPL, that's what I mean. So make sure you guys use your BPLs, because they are like super important. Okay, so we're going to break these into separate sections here, and then we're going to run this a few different times. That. Okay, this one's going to be 90. Making your first overworld today? What's that? Your first overworld? Explain. Do explain, sir. Do explain. You love math spam? I would imagine you do if you like doing the AI systems. Because that's... Me and math are... I mean, like, I don't mind math when it works. When it works or when it's easy, I don't mind it. But I just... Formulas and stuff, I just never really had the time to get into it. 180. Especially, like, algebra. I'm like, no, I'm good. I'll respectfully pass. I respect math, which is different than some people. Like, I respect it. I understand fully how powerful it is. It's universal. It's very powerful. But respectfully, I'm just I'm a different type of species there. I don't really like dealing with math if I can help it. Okay, so we're just going to clean all this crap up real fast. And the reason why I'm cleaning this up is because we're going to do the same thing for multiple different radiuses now. So I want it to just be one big super function. Okay. All right, get rid of you. Don't need this, don't need this, don't need any of this, don't need that. Don't need you anymore. Don't need that. Okay. All right, now we're going to say take you. Turn you into a function. We'll call this set radius. This is going to be for native assets. Actually, let's make this a super. So we'll just say set radius spline. Okay. Then we'll call this spline. And then we got to make another one that says on the inside, get rid of those. Hang on 1 second. Local variable. I'm going to name this spline local. Yeah, I love dealing with functions because they're just like so clean and they help keep things contained. I don't like using functions inside of functions inside of functions if I can help it, unless it's something exclusive like a math calculator or something. Because sometimes what I've noticed is like if you have too many functions inside of something, it's easy to lose track unless you know that like this, I know what this is, right? Like I never have to look inside this ever again. Like I know exactly what it does, forget about it. So that's fine. But if it's like something that gets like really complicated, it's like, then you gotta like look inside other functions and you start getting confused. And it's like, wait, where am I going? What's going on? What's really broken? What's not broken? So, yeah, it can get a little wonk sometimes. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna call this spline radius. And now this function that I'm making will be basically set up for each type of spline that we want to add in the game. I could even go far enough as to make this a BPL on its own as well. And there's nothing stopping me from doing that. I just literally copy paste and convert. So we might do that next. And then I can use it for anything else that I want to have a spline for, which I'm sure I will. It's in here. Okay. All right. So this is now all set up to run as a internal function. So what I'm going to do now is I'm actually just going to take that function. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to make it a BPL. Here we go. We're going to call this BPL 4-point spline. That should go through. Yeah, I'm going to have to make a few adjustments here. Hang on. It's that angle math. This has got to be, I'm trying to see like what's in there. Okay, it like slapped everything. Oh my god, these are huge. What the hell? Ankle math calculator. Why are these so fucking big? Gotta like remake these because it was trying to bring it in from the other function, which is kind of stupid. Little extra work, whatever. Just get it done. Like in Mario 3 or Mario World, top-down view of the map with all the levels. Oh, that's cool. Unlock the next level, walk to it, zone in. Oh, okay, that's really cool, man. That's really cool. I like that. That's freaking badass, man. Sounds like you're making some good progress there, for sure. For your map, are you good at making maps, like in Unreal Engine? Have you tried making your own map and stuff, like a really good one? Because they can be really, like, finicky, actually. I would like to get to my map. I haven't had any time to do it, but it would be nice to get to it eventually. 0, 90... 260, 270. I keep doing 260. I don't know why. Radius. Position. Radius. This one is supposed to be. That one's 260. This one's 20. Okay. So there's a nice BPL script. That's pretty clean. So now we can just go to this function here, and rather than have our own custom whatever, I can just say BPL 4-point spline. Done. And I can just plug in whatever radius I want. So I can just say, this is the spline that I want. This is the radius that I want. See ya. Send it and forget it. All right. Let's get rid of the internal function because we don't need that anymore. Now that we turned it into an actual library function, and that should still, yeah, work fine. So cool. Nice. Got this stupid glass material error. I don't know what the hell that is. Oh, okay. Journeyman or something. Back engineered it. Yep, had it working nice. Quest markers, enemy location, zoom in, zoom out. Wow. Yeah, I know. Like, I need to like do something with maps. I haven't really had any time to get into it. Like with those render, what are they called? Render shaders, render traces, or something. I don't know. There's the engine's so big. It's funny because like I can know so much stuff in one department, and then I'll know nothing in another. And I've seen Epic Game Devs do the same thing where like they're an absolute fucking genius with like all this crazy shit. You're like, I didn't even know that stuff existed in the engine. And then you're like, hey, what about this? They're like, I don't know anything about that. Because it's like, it's so big. It wasn't too bad? Okay. All right. Well, like, I guess what my concern is I know how to do this part of the map, where it like looks like this. It's just like a camera like way up, like a tracer, not an actual camera, but like a camera trace, and like it can follow the character and stuff. And it shows like your little marker. But I don't know, like I don't want it to show this. You know what I mean? Like I want it to look different. I want it to be like not show every single thing, because then I don't know. I guess I have to do like different render passes and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to show all the foliage. You want to only show, like, the resource nodes as icons. And you want it to only show, you know, the bases as, like, enemy faces or something. You know what I mean? Like, you want it to be, like, really custom. Add an overlay? Yeah, I'll have to do that. That's... Jesus. I'll put that in 3.0. We'll push that to 3.0. That's polish in my perspective there. Okay, mission radius. So the mission radius is going to be, yet again, another spline. And we'll call this mission radius. And the mission radius is going to be, we'll push that out. So this is what's interesting. So we're going to have, I got to make like two, I think there's going to have to be 2 rings, unless I tell it to be within a radius, like a distance of the ring. I'm trying to think about how to do this and to make it easy for me to see, because I'm a visual person. So like if I did like 4,000, for example, like we have 2 rings now, right? So I guess what I'm trying to say is, should I use 2 splines and then say if you're between A and B, you're good to go? Or should I say just use 1 spline and just pick a distance between this spline? Like, you know what I mean? Like a zone between this spline. And if I do that, I want to see it visually on here so that I can actually see what it looks like. And I don't know how to do that without doing like some kind of like particle effect or something. I don't know. So I'm going to have to put something on that spline so I can visually see what it looks like. So I have like a radius, you know what I mean? Like a nice like red, green, orange, like colors. Trying to think of how this will work. Like I could say map border. The other problem is not everything is going to be a circle. I'll just use the landscape distance as the limit. I don't know. Yeah, it's like if I change, as I change this, I can make this big. See how nice this is now? Like I can just easily scale how big I want my radius to be on each map. That's gonna be so helpful. So like right now I'm changing the mission radius. So I could say, hey, like the mission has to spawn somewhere in a navigatable zone, so on the landscape, and it has to be within a certain distance of this spline. And I can be like, you know what? Let's bring it in closer, whatever. I guess maybe it's just the easiest to do it that way. I don't know. You know what we're gonna have to do? I just realized this. We should probably turn this into a snap so I can like move the markers in real time. So like let's make a custom function, or a custom event I mean, and we'll call this set default splines. And we'll make this callable in there, and we'll just do this. Okay, so now what we could do is we could say, I'm trying to make this like really easy for me because I don't want to have to set up all these maps and like be like, what's going on? All right, so if I do set defaults, bam, and then let's say I move these markers around. Can I move these independently? That's the question. Okay, I probably got to remove this then. Let's disconnect that. Okay, so we go to our beacon, and I say set defaults, and now I can take this. See, like I'll be able to move this around and do whatever I want with it now. So I can customize our border, but we're gonna need a hell of a lot more splines, I think. And then if I fuck it up, and I'm like, you know what? Let me just go back to default radius. I can just say, wherever the hell that button is. There it is. Boom. And it will just automatically snap back. I guess I could make a scalar on the construct. call it live editing. Okay, so now if I turn live edit on, which it is, now it should automatically update. Set default. Huh. Live editing is turned on. That's weird. That one works. Why doesn't this one work? Mission radius. Okay. I don't know. That's really weird. All right, so I have the native assets. I have the mission radius. Let me add another one. This will be the player spawn radius. It's all basically just math, so it keeps it really clean. Alright, so now I can say player spawn radius. Let's change the default of that to 650. Native assets will be set to 1200. Mission radius will be set to 5000. There's our player radius right there. Is there a way to change the color? That would be fantastic. Set curve color. Specify selected spline component segment color in the editor. Make linear color. I don't know. We're gonna find out in a minute. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out, boy. Native. Choose just one. That doesn't seem to be a different color. Okay, so I don't think it's tangent. Let's ask Grok, shall we? Oh. See, I don't want these big boys in here. This is gonna be too much. Should be like mathematical nonsense. It shouldn't be set color. Changes the color of the curve with the provided identifier broadcasts. Okay, then there's this. There's like 4 different nodes for changing the color. I have no idea which one's which. The bullet impact issues. Well, there's a lot going on with that topic. So we have a new glitch that we're gonna have to address later. There's something going on with the bullets like not hitting the enemy correctly right now, even though it's a line trace. So we have to fix that problem first. I think it's a collision problem. But right now we're setting up spawners, because right now, like if I play the game, remember we would spawn on that pad that we used to have, and then like assets were spawning on top of us and shit, and it was just a disaster. So I'm making a live interactive system for spawning. So this is telling me what my radius levels are. So like this is like the spawn spot for players, this will be for native assets, this will be for missions. I'm just trying to figure out how to change the color. So that's what I'm dealing with right now. But yeah, we will get back into bullets. I did not fix the simulated physics bullets. Instead, we use a line trace now. So that seems to be the easier method. There's pluses and minuses to that though. So we're gonna have to like change the particle like effect and all sorts of shit. So. Set selected spline segment color. Specify selected spline component segment color in the editor. Yeah, that sounds about right to me. That should be red, man, right? Like that should be red. Doesn't look red to me. Do these have actual, like, materials? Oh, it's right here. Duh. Good lord. Ridiculous. Alright, so I can say player spawn radius is set to editor spline. Okay, I see. Selected will be green. Unselected, green. Whatever. Just make them all green. There we go. Now can I make the spline thicker, please? And then I'll be really happy. Editor spline, unselected, da, 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 da. Scale visualization, what's that? I don't know what that does. How can I make the spline appear thicker? Visualization of the spline, which is typically rendered using spline mesh components, since the splines themselves are not directly renderable in game, blah blah blah. No, it's trying to get me to do something else. That's not what I want. Closed loop. Draw debug. How the fuck do I make it thicker? Wait, spline duration. What does duration mean? Specifies the duration of the spline in seconds. Okay, whatever. You would think it would be in here somewhere. Alright, whatever. So, mission radius, we'll make all these red. And then native assets, we will make orange, I guess is fine. Just wanted the lines to be a little bit thicker, but kind of hard to see. All right, so we've got. Okay, those are supposed to be not purple. Tracking. What's going on with tracking? Oh, okay, gotcha. Cool. Very cool. It's not Roger. Oh god. That's good. S3 user construct scripts so they can be further manipulated by it. If false, they will not be visible to it, and it will not be able to influence, for instance, position set in the editor. What? Input spline points in. Sure, whatever. Okay. Whatever, it's good enough. So, yeah, so now I can like scale everything. So we're gonna say like, let's push the missions, or not. Okay. It's like feisty. It's like sometimes it works and then sometimes it doesn't work. I don't understand what's going on here. Did I not type that in right? What do we have? We have native assets, mission radius, and then we have player spawn radius. What's this? Okay, native assets, that's fine. Like, why are these like not updating all of a sudden? Like, what the hell? Player spawn radius. So that one's working. Okay, so this is gonna be the spawn radius for players. Let's get down and dirty. Doesn't have to be that big. Native one. Native assets shouldn't spawn any closer than like about there. And then mission assets, which is not fucking working for some random ass reason. I have no idea why mission's not working. But you know what? Get rid of it. Fuck it. It's gonna be a dick. I'll just get rid of it. How's that sound? Let's make another one. Alright, mission radius. Plug you in there. Go down here. Make you red. Okay. Now I can change it. I must have like fucked something up. I don't know. Okay, so we shouldn't get anything that's a mission. I have to set up the back end now, but you can see, kind of barely see that red circle. So missions should be like basically within a certain distance of this line here on this map randomly. Or at the very least, I could say it has to be past this, but I want it to also be not like too far. It's kind of tricky. I think we need to kind of test this on a normal map, but for shits, let's just do it this way real quick. Let me just do landscape. This is pretty cool, setting a system up like this. And let's do manage, add. Let's make this a little bit bigger. What is that? Why am I hitting like a random... What? Okay. Just want to get a little bit more of a border out there just so we can kind of like test this more. Because some of like... What is that? Oh, okay. It's trying to go down there. I see. I don't know. Being freaking crazy. I don't know what the hell the problem is. Landscape. Sculpt. Flat. There we go. Paint. Sand. Desert. Sure. Whatever. Sounds good to me. Full. High strength. All right, so we've got this big ass area. So the real question here is, if we make, I don't know if I should just, I kind of need to make like 2 rings, honestly, because I don't know. Maybe I could just make a border, right? So like everything respects the border, and then yeah, maybe I'll make a border. So let me make another one. We'll call this border. We'll make that red. We'll make missions yellow. And we'll call this border. And we'll make this like something like that for now as a default. Okay, so let's go to our actual asset, which is our beacon right there. Border. Now I gotta set it up. Hang on 1 second. Really easy to add new stuff now since we made all those really sexy functions. Boom. Alright, there's our new border. Okay, so the border now will say you can't go past this red no matter what when we spawn. So that guarantees that what we're doing is we're basically saying native assets can't start anywhere inside this orange circle. They have to start on the outside, and it can't go further than the border. And then mission assets have to start at least this far away, and they can't go past the border. That's pretty fair. Players are different. That's going to spawn within on the inside of this spline. So now we have to set up that code so that it respects this stuff, and that's going to be inside our game mode. So let's go here, and we're going to say player spawn radius. That's fine. Yep, that's good. And then we're going to say when we are spawning our assets, okay, so we got to get the beacon. So let's get that. Also, the beacon is something that can get destroyed if not properly defended. So there's that. Okay. All right, so we look for a beacon. As long as we have it, we get it. Then we get all that data. Then when we come over here and we actually spawn all of our assets, what we do is we say, what is this for? This is for find enemy POI type. Okay, so that's the type. And then that's what we're going to spawn. And then this is the location that we're going to spawn in. Okay, so we're going to get our beacon, not our current landscape size. We're going to say, that was the problem, like things were spawning so far away. Get our beacon asset. Get native radius. We're going to say, I need to get the difference between the native radius and the get border radius. And I don't know how to do that. It's gonna be tricky. Get spline. Do I want to get the length? What does this do again? No. Well, if I get the radius, let's just ask AI again. Fuck it. Not a math guy. Yeah, the midpoint radius. Okay. I'm just reading this. Oh man. Okay, so we're just gonna do this then. So we're gonna say get location.
Don't stop.
Get native radius. Location. radii U. What the fuck? Oh, radius A, radius B. I'm stupid. What the fuck? Then add these two together. And then
She looks like an angel.
divide by 2. Okay, so this should be our navigatable radius. Let's draw a debug like it says because I want to make sure it's working. Let's take this and actually put it in the beacon. Do an experiment here.
Follow me with your eyes. I believe how much you fantasize about this. You will know.
This to the border. Okay, so I saw it. So that's the distance between the native and the border. So that's not right at all. Length, duration. I don't know why it's saying that that's the center though. What do I make as the center? At the origin with the radius, navigable radius to visualize. With radius. Radius. Have I tried Meta AI? Yeah, I like Meta AI. They're all good at different things. Yeah. I don't like Gemini and I don't like GPT. But yeah, I played with them all. Yeah, I like Meta. Meta's good at some stuff. I used to use Meta AI to talk to learn Unreal Engine, but then I noticed that Grok was a little bit more advanced and more up to date. So now I use Grok. I use Grok for like my everyday interaction stuff that I need, like for knowledge, and then I use other ones for other things. But yeah, I kind of bounce around. I don't understand why. Let's do cylinder. Not a sphere, let's do a cylinder. Start point will be the location of this, end point will be the location of this, radius will be this, duration will be 20 seconds. This will be 5. And go. Okay. All right, well that draw debug is not doing jack, so that's cool. I mean, this should be right. It says create a float variable spline parameter. Whatever. Get navigatable spline A. This is A. This is B. Basically, we say get location at spline parameter. Get location. Get the vector length, and then radius A. That's what this is. Radius A. And then this one's radius B. And it says add them together, and then divide by 2, which we just did, and then set that as our navigatable radius, which is what that is. So in theory, that should work, except I'm trying to draw like a debugger, and it's not working. Yeah. You know what we could do as a test? We could say get navigation system, get random location and navigatable radius. We do a test here. See, the problem is, like, what's the origin? Guess the actor? I don't know. Draw debug arrow. Okay. Why can't I get this thing to just, like, do what I want? That. Okay, I can see the debug line. Wait, what is this now? Oh, debug circle. Okay, I think that actually worked. Okay, so let's make this 0. Location. Okay, so that's drawing a circle that is not the right direction. 1 1. Okay, so how do I fucking get this thing to like... There we go. Okay, so I want 0 0 1. No, no, no. Getting closer. Okay, that's not gonna do shit. 1 0. Okay. Nope. Alrighty. -1, -1. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. 1 1. Okay, so that's that. I gotta turn the damn thing, and I don't know how to turn it. Oh man. Okay, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I guess I could do draw, debug. See, I want a cylinder to show me what the actual spawn radius is to make sure that the math is true. We could say start here, end here, radius of this. See, the cylinder makes the most sense. Okay, I did see it up here there for a second, so let's do like duration 30 30. Okay, so there it is. So that's showing the difference between the native, which is this one, and the border. I don't know why it's there though. I guess it's because it's grabbing the center of... I don't understand where it's supposed to start and end. See, like, it's so confusing because, like, why... Like, how do I draw a debug from, like, where the actual... Is it the length? Spline length, no. Get location at spline. Get location at distance along spline. Let's try this. Whoa. Okay, so I think what it's doing is it's going from start here. World. Why is it like inverted, dude? I don't know why I can't just do it this way. It's this one. Okay, here's what we're going to do. In order to test this, I'm just going to do it this way. I'm just going to say event, custom event, test spawn site, test spawn zone. I'm just going to say call this an editor, get navigation system, get random location and navigatable radius. And we're going to grab the origin will be get actor location. The radius will be our difference, which is this. Like that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to spawn debug or draw debug box, sure, no, through it, debug sphere, radius of 500, make this something that I can see easily, so like a green circle. Thickness. Okay, so let's see what happens. So we have our circle radius. You can just make it accurate mission and then just see where it puts it. Yeah, but I need to know like officially because I can't see these lines in the game. You know what I mean? So I really want to make sure it's done like with precision because this is going to be a really like super important system. But yeah, I hear you. Let's try this. Okay, so we're going to go test spawn zone. Boom. Okay, so see, it spawned between the player and the native region. Why? Shorten that up to like 5 seconds. That's not correct. So it's something to do with the origin. I don't know what to do for the origin on random navigatable radius. Let me try this. Let's do get random reachable point in radius. Probably gonna be the same damn thing, yeah. Yeah, shit. I don't know. It might be. It could be. This is the math that Grok told me to do. It said to take the... This was a little weird. See, it says... I'm not a math guy, so... It says get the native assets... I already told it what my names are of everything. So we're dealing with native asset spline, and we're dealing with border radius spline. So it said get native asset spline, get location at spline parameter. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Get location at spline parameter. It's not get world location, so... And it didn't really pop up anything else. Get location at spline parameter? Yeah, see, like, nothing comes up. Like, the length? That's what I thought. Yeah, it can't be the world location. Get distance along spline at location. Maybe that's it. Oh. It's got to be world. What the fuck is this though? In location. Get location at tangent. Get location and tangent at a spline point. We're not doing points, so it can't be a point. Get distance along spline location. Time? You think it's time? Get location at time. What does this one say? Give a time from 0 to the spline duration. Return the point in space where this puts you. Really? Oh, okay. And I want world, right? But like, what is time? Give a time from 0 to the spline duration. Return the point in space where this puts you. This is beyond me. I don't know. I'll try it. Sure. Okay, it's length from 0 to 1. Yeah, I'm like time. I'm thinking time like time, like real time, you know? So it's like super confusing. I think I know what you're saying though. It's almost like draw time. Okay, so world, and then okay, so we're dividing that. We're doing this, blah blah blah. Let's do a test now. Ah, okay, so this is in the right zone. We want to be in this Goldilocks zone right here, this middle circle. Good. Pass, 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 pass. Yes. Well done. Well done. Thank you for the advice there. These went outside. I don't know why. We had a few misfires there. It could be it's not super strict. Oh, okay, maybe not. Maybe not. Hold your boat. Hold on. You know what? It could be the box. It could be the box. Maybe we didn't get it yet. We may have celebrated. Bring back the fireworks. Bring them back. We may not be done yet. You just joined? Yeah. So we're trying to get so there's a beacon down here, and it's like an asset, okay? It's an actor. And basically what it does is I can scale the sizes of my radiuses for what certain things are allowed to spawn in. So think of it as spawn zones, okay? So this is just like a hot slap it and forget it to make maps real easy. So for example, like I know that like my player spawn circle, that little tiny one in the middle, should be like around there, okay? And then I know that I want to start creating native assets somewhere around here. Like you don't want to have like a native asset means like something that's native to the map. So for example, like a special type of like tree asset, or like an abandoned camp, or a loot chest, or something like that, right? So they're like things that are just like a part of the map. They're not necessarily a part of the mission. And then we have the mission, which is this ring here. And then of course we have, or sorry, that's the border. That's our border. This is our mission right here. So missions won't even start until they get to here. So we're basically always saying missions should not spawn anywhere between like this zone. Like you shouldn't spawn near the player. You shouldn't spawn near the native stuff. You should spawn, like they could still be near native stuff, but it's going to start further away from the player. So it's going to start here and go all the way to there is what I'm trying to do. And so I set up a test debugger that just spawns in a random location. So like, for example, this one is not working because this line here, it's kind of hard to see, but like these orange lines are, this is where the native assets start, and they go all the way to the red, but they should never spawn on the inside. So let's just double check it one more time. Hold on. We might have gotten it. I just got to run more simulations. Hang on. So remember, you should never see a green ball on the inside of this big circle here. So let's see what we got. Oh, see, we got one on the inside. So that means it's not working. So it's spawning too close. This is the no-fly zone. So we're trying to get the distance between this spline and the border is all we're trying to do, and say spawn somewhere in between this distance here. Why is it a spline? Because I gotta move them around. So like right now, it doesn't matter. I have it converted to radius anyways. So like I have the mathematic formula for what those radiuses are. I just need to know. I guess I could just take the radius like this. I could say take native asset radius and take border radius. Maybe I could do it this way. Let's see if that works. Nope. Well, technically we're on the fence there. Nope. Okay, it doesn't work. No. Yeah. So I'm trying to get the mathematic formula for getting the difference between these two radiuses. So what made you think it was time? Do you think maybe do I have to set time to 1 or something? Let's see. Oh, see, we got a hit on the inside there. So it's still not working. Yeah, you see what I'm trying to say? I'm trying to make like a, I'm trying to force it to never spawn objects in a certain radius. So they're like borders. They're just zones, if you will. Because right now we're having an issue where, so when you start a map, the AI just randomly distributes assets all over the place, like certain assets. But what I'm having a problem with is it's like, oh, let's just put this over here behind this mountain. It's like, well, no player's ever going to go there. So I need like a border, right? Okay, border's not too hard, but then you got to start getting more complicated because you have to say, well, I don't want to spawn too close to players, otherwise the mission's too easy. So we have to like push that further away, and then we have different layers of assets. So it's like, how do you like differentiate? You know what I mean? Like it gets a little spicy. So AI was saying to use, I didn't know what it meant here, but AI was saying to use get location at spline parameter, and I don't know what the fuck that means. No, there isn't, right? So we got to make one. That's what we're doing. Yeah, we're trying to make like a mathematic function that does it for us. Which there is. It's just we have to figure out what the radius of one is and what the radius of the other one is. And that's what this math is. You just add them together and divide it by 2. But we don't know what the location start points are. So, and I can't figure that out. It said to get location at spline. And then it said parameter. What do you mean by get location at spline parameter? Let's just ask and see what the fuck's going on. A position along the spline's length. It's normalized. Corresponds to start of spline, corresponds to the end of the spline. Values like 0.5 represent the midpoint of the spline's length, roughly half along the curve. Get location at spline parameter node takes this parameter and returns the world location, a 3D vector. You need to pick a specific point on each spline to compare their positions and calculate their radii. Get location at spline parameter. Yeah, I could do it that way too, sure. It's got to be clean as fuck though. That's the problem. I don't want it to be too heavy. But yeah, I could do it because, you know, there's other things that happen too. So like when we're spawning the assets, they're saying, "Oh, we hit something we're not supposed to hit. Let's go find a new spot." So that loop can get heavy because, you know, it's like hitting hit miss hit, you know. So I got to like be careful. And then it hits sometimes where it's like, okay, I'm allowed to spawn, but then if it's like in the middle of like a forest, it will like start clearing the forest for us automatically. So I have to be a little careful. But yeah, loops are a little dangerous in this particular instance, but it could work. I might have to do something like that anyways. Get location as spline parameter, outputs vector. Okay, so it's saying spline, get location at spline parameter, which is parameter equals 0.5. So that's like the length. Yes. Parameter equals 0.5. Get location at spline parameter. Output vector location A. It says it's a fucking output vector. Get location spline. You might be right with the time thing. Maybe it's 0.5 because it was saying 0.5. Nope. Well, nope. Okay, so it's not that. Got it. Okay, if that's the case, then we would just get the length of A. Although I don't think this is it either. Wouldn't we have to like divide this by 2 to get 0.5? I don't know. Okay, let me oh, hold on, what's this all about? So this is doing everything on the outside? Okay, I fucked something up. Wait, we gotta hit inside. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Okay, whatever. Is it working? No. Okay, it's not. I don't know what the fuck's going on. We're not getting any hits on the inside, but it jacked it up hard. Okay, I don't know what that is. It's not doing what we want, so forget it. Okay, I think it's just picking the point. So you're saying to do what now? So you could pick a random point on your inner spline, okay, then calculate, get the right vector, and take original point plus right vector times scalar, which would be how far away you want the point to be. All right, this is like you're talking a different language, but I'm going to see if I can figure it all out. Let's see. So you're saying to take, just get a random location, and then from that random location, pull the math. So we're going to go with this. Not that. It's going to be this one. So this is our radius. Okay, so we get like a random location. And then you're saying to calculate, get the right vector, and take original point, which would be... What do you mean by original point? Okay, so like where we are right here. Okay. Right point. How am I supposed to get the right vector of what? I don't know what you meant by the right vector. And take original point plus... So you're saying to take this plus... This would be right vector multiplied by a scalar. Oh, the spline's right point vector? Hold on. Get right vector. And you're saying to multiply that by... scalar. I don't know what you mean by scalar. Sorry, I'm not I'm not a math guy and I don't deal with splines ever, so I'm just totally different. What is scalar? Is that like a blend like this? No, that looks a little odd. Scalar. I've never used scalar before. It's your variable? Which one? Oh, like the original? You're saying the radius, you mean? Like that? Native asset radius times the right vector of okay, yeah. Scalars is a number between 0 and the distance between the two spines. Okay. Alright. So it's like a distance vector. Got it. Okay. I don't know if I'm doing what you were thinking, but whatever the case, I probably did it wrong, but it's not working. Picking a random location. I mean, like, I don't want to do a loop thing because that'll get like really expensive. Oh, maybe this is. Hold on. What if we did? Close loop. I don't know how it's going to work though, because we're still getting. So you're just trying to modify the location in real time. I see. So we pick a random location and then you're trying to like subtract. Shouldn't it be like subtract, not add? If we're like pulling away from. I don't know. No freaking clue. I think we'd want to start with the border actually. And then we want this to be here. I don't know. Because we're taking the distance between the random location within the border, and then we're subtracting the radius of the native asset, which should, oh god, no, that's probably not going to work. I don't know. This is totally out of my wheelhouse, man. Oh. Wait. Has it gone inside there yet? I don't think it's gone inside yet. Oh wait, we got one hit. Technically, we got one hit. Yeah. It's just a bigger area, so it's more rare to hit inside, I think. Yeah, we hit inside. Okay, so I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Oh well. Oh well. Okay. God, I hate vector math. I fucking hate it so much. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's still a way to get it to work this way, like beforehand, to get the actual radius. Um. Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to see like what's going on here. I want to just figure out like how to get the difference between radius A and B, but I need it to be the maximum. You want the radial distance from the outer edge of circle A to the outer edge of circle B. Yes, which is the difference between the radius of circle B, radius B, and the radius of A, radius A. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Create two variables, da 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 da. Use a float value, blah blah blah. Get location at spline parameter. Why does it keep saying at spline parameter? Get location at spline parameter. What is that? Get location at spline. What does it mean by parameter? What the fuck is the definition of a parameter? Is that just like another way of saying vector? Get location at spline. Does it really mean like at the point? Like each point independently? It keeps saying to do the same thing and it's seldom ever wrong. I mean, let's just try this. Maybe it just needs like the points regardless of what they're called. It just needs the fucking points just to get the measurement. You know what I mean? Oh shit. Oh, whatever. Okay. So I'm gonna try this. We're getting the point on each side, so we can just measure between those 2 points, and then that'll give us the radius between those 2 different points. Right, it's starting an end point, right? And the parameter from the last thing said it's the middle point of your spline. Yeah, so I'm just gonna try 0, 0, 0. God damn it. See, right now what it's doing is it's spawning everywhere inside. It's not going outside the main border, which is the outer circle. It's very consistent. It's not getting anywhere near that fucking... But it did grab between those 2 points, you know what I mean? Like, it took this point and that point, or whatever. It took this point and this point. So, let me see here. Oh, I did local. Let me do world. Hold on. Point index 0, and I want to get... these are flip-flop. Not that it matters. Well, maybe it does. I don't know. We're adding them. It shouldn't matter, I guess. Yeah, still having the same issue. So we're basically saying like, okay, it's taking this point right here, and then it's adding it to this point. So it's taking this length plus this length, and then it's dividing by 2, which should be in the middle, and that should be our radius, right? No, I don't fucking know. I'm an absolute dumbass when it comes to this bullshit. So, it's beyond me. Ugh, it's beyond me, man. And this is what it was saying originally. It said da 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 da. Drag off location A, use vector length. Wait, what? This is totally different now. Oh no, that's right, yeah. Give back vector length, there it is. Drag off, get vector length. Since B is larger, drag off radius B, use float. Oh, shit. It's giving me something different now. Since B is larger, it says, hold on, subtract this. I thought it didn't seem right to be doing an add there. It's minus this one. So we want to subtract, yeah, we want to subtract the difference between this one and that one. And that's the radial gap between the outer edge and circle. Yes. Okay. All right. That should be what we want. I don't think we have to divide or anything. I think that math was for something else. So all we need to do is just subtract between those two differences. Is it really just that simple? We just grab between 2 points and call it a day? Oh my god. Well, we've gotten a few hits on the inside. Alright, it's not perfect yet. It's a little closer though. I mean, it's respecting the border still. The outer border. We're close. We're close, boys. This said originally to divide by 2, but now it says to not do that. I'm so confused. It should be local. Hold on. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah. Because we want to get. Yeah. I get it. You're right. We're getting the measurements locally, not globally. Yeah. Where are we? Okay, still doesn't work, but yeah. Huh. Still doesn't work. We're getting like I feel like it's not even changing. Is the origin? It's got to be in the middle. Right, it'll change the movement spine. Right. Can you use get bounds on your splines, or is that only on box components? Get bounds? That would be a great. I would love to get bounds. Let's see. I doubt it. Ooh, that's a weirdo. It's a weird one. I can get component bounds. I don't think that's the same thing though. Sphere radius. I'm down to try, right? Let's just take a gander at it. Who knows? I've used bounds a lot with like, collisions and weird shit. So maybe? Who knows? Well, we're all over the place now. It's just a free for all. We got outside and inside. Okay, so that ain't gonna work. I think what that does is that's like saying the bounds of the entire component. So it's just like saying it's not like gonna be accurate. Is my guess. I don't know. Could be totally wrong. Yeah, it said to do boxes. Get bound. Create 2 box components. Oh yeah. I can't use boxes because I'm gonna have to like change the spawn zones later. So like we're just doing like 4-point spheres right now, but these are gonna turn into like 8-point spheres, so I can take them for a map. Like let's say for example there's a big ass mountain right here. I can like actually like warp it around, you know what I mean, like change the actual spline. So I kind of want to use splines. There's another thing we could do. I could make an actor like a spline actor And it can like pick like zones that you're allowed to spawn in. I gained up. No. You're good. Yeah. I don't either, for the record. I mean, I started like 3-4 years ago, but I came from TV, man. So I don't. It's like whatever. I mean, we're all learning together, right? Um. Okay. So the weird thing here, I'm just like trying to think of different like ways I could do this. Like maybe we're just trying to hit a wall that's not going to be. We can't knock it down. We just got to go around it. So like, what if we did like Let me just think for a minute. What if I made little actors? Okay, like hear me out. What if I made actors and they had splines in them, just like this, but all it was just a spline that I can move around. All right, and then what we do is we say take the navigatable radius within any of those regions and pick those spots to spawn in. So that way, like we're controlling like where those regions are, you know, or something like that. Basically, making like spawn zones. Or should I change the method altogether and be like, what if I paint something on the landscape that represents spawn zones? You know what I mean? What's up, Graham? I mean, to be honest, like painting something that's like a debug paint would be way better, visually speaking. Because then what we could say is it's looking for a specific material trace and be like, yep, you're good to go. Or nope, I didn't get that material trace, forget it. You know what I mean? Like maybe we could do something slick like that. I don't know what's more optimized though, because then if you get a misfire, you have to start doing loops, which gets expensive. I mean, we're gonna have to do loops regardless if we make a bad hit. That's the problem. We're trying to do. I'm trying to make a spawn system that respects borders, Graham. So we have like a multi-spawn system where you have players, you have native assets to the map. You know, things like abandoned camps, loot chests, whatever, roaming creatures, and then you have mission assets. And all three of those types need to respect different borders. Like you can't have a mission asset, super fortified, you know, enemy camp spawn 5 feet from where you just started the map. That's like ridiculous. You know what I mean? So what I'm trying to do is say, hey, like you should be within a certain distance of said. I wanted to get the distance between radius A and radius B and say just stay within the gap of A and B. So couldn't seem to figure that out. As simple as that sounds, I got a random point on A, I got a random point on B, and I said, what's the distance? Maybe that's the problem. See, I can't get maybe I gotta do like 4 points. I gotta do all 4 points to get a new radius? Because like we're getting. Let me see what I did here. New followers, welcome. See, our angle math is getting the position result. So maybe we do that. We do BPL angle math and the radius that we want. So we want the border radius. Let's say at angle 0. And then I get the vector length of that as opposed to the actual actor. This is going to get a little clogged up here in a second. Do I know about LERPs? Yeah. Oh yeah. You're saying just lerp between the two? I didn't think about that. Shit. Yeah. I don't know if that would work in this situation though. Would it? Maybe. Radius, angle. Standard procedural spawning with some variability, but generally stick the spawner is more or less. Yeah, so you just do it like a manual control. That's what most people do, yeah. Try random location on outer spline, closest point on inner spline, fire vector from inner spline point to outer spline point, random vector on that. Okay, so try random location on outer spline, so that would be our border. Hang on. I'll try that. I'll give it a whirl. You never know. Hold on. Border. That's going to be our border radius. So right now we're getting a random spot anywhere in the map within the border. Whoops. Hold on. Now we are. And then you're saying get it closest point. So get closest point on inner spline. That would be the inner spline, which is missions. No, not missions. We're doing native assets. So I would say get close. Oh, I gotta get the actual spline. Hold on. Native. Get closest point. How do I get the damn get point? I don't know much about splines, man, so I might need a little assistance. I don't know how to get the closest point. Get closest point. Get point. Get spline point at whatever. I could just get like a random point, I guess. I could just get like this. That's gonna be weird. Anyways, you were saying to get random point generation, generate a random radius. Hold on, there's like 80 fucking things in chat. Between 50 and 200 units, generate a random angle. What the fuck? Divide by theta between 0 and 2 pi radians, convert polar coordinate. What? English Macus. What the fuck? Okay. Result equals radius 1 plus lerp. You guys all have different good ideas here. I'm on 5.6. 5.6. The latest. Disregard that. Okay. Yeah, that I'm like, what? We're not going to the moon. Okay. So you're saying result equals radius 1 plus. Okay, hold on. Like 100 fucking things in chat, which I like. I like getting numerous things. It's just we gotta try to. I'm getting overwhelmed here. So if we take our border radius and we say plus our random float 0 radius 2 radius 1. You're just trying to lerp. Let's lerp. What are you lerping? Hold on, let's see here. Lerp between A and B. That's not. I need the radius though. I need the we need the radius for sure of the mission radius, right? Like we need that. That's guaranteed. Like we should never go inward from the radius of the mission. So if I'm going to get the border native assets, we got to say get spline. I really think there's something to do with these spline points though, guys, because this is how I can get the actual measurement between the two vectors, right? Or between the two radii, whatever. So if we do this, so this gets us the 0.0, 0.0, 2 locations in space on those 2 different splines. So we have 2 locations right here. So now we're saying what? We want to get the distance between these 2? B minus A. Let's see. So this is going to be, this is our border. So we want to subtract this from this. And you're saying to lerp between 0 and B minus A. You're thinking like this? My brain hurts already, and I've barely even begun for the day. Right. Yeah. This is true. Yeah, I do want like an actual shape. That's why I'm open for suggestions on better ideas too. Like I don't know if this is the best method, but I need it to be optimized as fuck because I don't want it to be like. Here's what I don't want. I don't want to pick a random location and have it be like, oh, that's not the right spot. Let's loop and find another spot. That's what I don't want because it's just gonna be like crazy. All right. Well, we all are. We're all suffering together here. Get location at time along spline for inner and outer splines. On rotation is needed. Random time. I'm trying to read like what you were saying here. All right, it's over my head. I've checked the fuck out. There's some limitations that I do have, folks. Hold on, I just want to see if I had any errors, but apparently I don't, so that's good. All right, now there's an error. All right, I was looking for something that was going to happen. Where is that? That's our main game mode. Interesting. Oh, that's interesting. Location active. Oh, okay. All right. So I just gotta put a note there. I have to change this one. Fix. Okay. I just had to make a note so that I knew where that one hole was. So the game's still fucking playable. Okay. Sounds good, DG. All right. Closest point to spline later. You get the correct radius. Right. That's what I'm thinking. Find location closest to world location. Oh, okay. What's this? This is a new one. Okay, so yeah, remember we were looking for that earlier and I couldn't find it. Why, thank you, Din. Why, thank you. I will listen to you because you probably know some secretive little magical nodes that I've never heard of before. I'm not a math guy. I'm not a spline guy, and I'm in a zone that's all splines and math right now. So unless you think there's a better method for spawning in, but you guys see what I'm saying? Like I just don't want like these assets to spawn. Like, hey, here's a military base that you got to destroy, and it's right next to where you spawn in the game. I just don't want that. So that's why I was like, oh, I'll just do like a quick, spline build out, if you will. Okay, so you're saying to do find location in world. Let me try this one real quick. I like nodes that do all the work for me. Now, world location, should this be the actor? Or is this... Yeah, it should be the actor, right? Because it's the same thing. So we'll just get actor's location. Let's see what we got here. Hold on, let's clean some of this stuff up. The lerp didn't work, unfortunately, at least with that math. So we will go like this. We'll go like this. Like this. Okay. This. Actor location. Try that. Okay, so. Yeah, there's exactly. I feel like, so the reason why Epic, certified Epic games, because there's a lot of contractors out there, but like certified game developers that work at Epic that are like in a certain niche, like in a certain department, the reason why they are so demanded to like listen to other aspiring devs is because they are like masters usually in like their own little corner. But if you ask them a question that's like not related to their area, they're like, I don't fucking know. And that's totally normal because it is a huge engine. Like I openly admit, like vector math, I start to falter a little bit. Some of these weird things. Like I was trying to do earlier, I was doing this stuff and I had to whip these nodes out. I've never even used these nodes in my life, but you know, I just had to start like figuring it out, and thank God AI has been helping me with that. But the point is, like, nobody can know everything. It's literally impossible, and everyone's going to have different approaches and different ways to do things. So that makes it even more complicated. And every game demands different things, so you can't really just like put one wrapping paper on it and call it a day. Okay, so I got these two things here: random outer spline location, then use that. Okay, so random outer spline location. So find location closest to world location. Now random outer spline, are you saying just grab like a navigatable, or you're saying like along the spline? Okay, hold on. Random. Can I get a random spline? Spline location. Get location. I literally like know jack shit about splines, so I'm pretty bad with it. AI is doing well. Yeah, it helps a lot. Then use that to get the nearest location on the inner spline. Then find a random location along the vector between inner and outer. Okay, so random location is what's throwing me off. Where am I getting that from? Get random location. You talking about random navigatable location? Because that's, or are you thinking, like, is it like a spline thing? Like, get spline, get location. Like, how do I get a random location on a spline, I guess is what I'm asking. Can't we just use, like, 0, 0? Like, doesn't that, it shouldn't matter, right? Because we're technically finding the closest location. Given a location in world space, return a point on the curve that is closest to the location. So this is going to pick, like, whatever. Spot A, spot B. They should both be close in proximity to the actor. And then we should be able to get those vectors and change what? You can use the time node. Yeah, the time node was interesting, actually. I didn't realize what that time node was. Get time. So you're saying I could do time. Oh, here we go. Get time at distance along spline. Given a distance along the length of the spline, return the corresponding time at that point. Oh, that's interesting. Get time. What was the one that we used? Get time. Get location at time. There we go. That's what we were using before, right? It's like blowing my mind because it's like time does not mean what I think it means. Okay, so this is going to get us location. What was the one that gave us the location at a certain, this one right here? This is what I was talking about. Get location at spline point. Randomize the time. Blame the animators. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. It needs to be time. I don't get it. Yep. And now everyone's screwed. Okay, so we can get a random time from this. Random float and range, I'm guessing. Why do we want to randomize this though? Does it matter? Is this to kind of help us gauge like a random location? Because if we're just trying to get a measurement, shouldn't we just use this node and just say point index 0, 0? Both. Just be like, yo, we want 0.0 on this, we want 0.0 on that. Time is length of the spline. Right, yeah. Which I found that out oddly earlier today. I was like, okay, that makes no sense, but sure. Anyways, I'm still trying to understand what you said originally. So you said random outer spline location. Okay, then use that to get the nearest location on the inner spline. So we're basically trying to find the nearest location on the inner spline from the outer spline's location. The points are the handles. Right. And that's where we're gonna like draw our math from, right? So that's why I was saying, like, can't we just draw from a handle? Can't we just say like 0.0, 0.0, just so we get the distance between those two? And then we just say make a radius. I don't know. This is so far out of my league with the math problems. They're too restrictive. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm learning. Okay. So we'll do random float. You'll need a distance anyways. Right. Okay. Oh yeah. The conversion between in and float. That's right. Okay. Yeah, because then it would round. It would snap between like 1.2 or whatever. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna do yeah, just walk me through it, man. Just walk me through it. Then use random outer spline location and feed that into the input of the nearest location. Check the inner spline. Use random outer spline location. So that would be this, right? This is our outer spline. Yeah, this is our border. So the border is our outer spline. So we got a random, essentially, location. Because I gotta remember time doesn't represent time. Okay, and then you're saying feed that into the input on the nearest location. It's gonna be find nearest location. Okay, like that. And then check for the inner spline. Oh, for the inner spline. My bad. Okay, so you're saying to go to this one. That. So you're saying get a random point along the border and plug that in to find a random closest location to the inner spline. Yeah. Okay. All right. So now we got a vector. Right. Okay. And then we can plug this into get random navigatable, right? Or do we still have to convert this to a circle? Or to a radius? I think we still got to make this a radius, don't we? Yeah, because we don't have a radius for this. Oh, we don't want the origin there. Hold on. I don't even know where the origin should be. I think it should still be the actor because it wants to be in a circle. So now you need to find a random point between point A and B. Okay. So what can I get out of a vector? Is there a vector random reachable point in radius? Get random reachable. No, that's just going to be the same thing, isn't it? Or can I use... I guess that makes sense. But I gotta still have the radius data though, and then it's just gonna be the same thing. So that out of here. I'm trying to think. Find location, closest world location between A and B. How do I get the random? location from I'm trying to think about it in my head, like if it's a cylinder, right, and you have like this range. So all we've done so far is we've gotten a random point, hit locations at time, which represents the length, location in local space. So we've gotten a random point, and then we find a location that's closest to the world location of this radius, and then we have to get the difference randomly between those two. So that would be this. I could do a distance vector, maybe get the distance between those two, or no? And then that would be our radius. I'm Ron Burgundy. I have no idea. Let's see here. That's going to give me the distance. It's not going to get a random spot, though. That's the only problem. Find location closest to world location. Takes a world location, not a local one. Oh. Yeah, they're all going to be the same way. The random float up here. Alright, function time. We're going to a function. Alright. Let's do this. You thinking I'm going to need that later? The random float? What is this considered? Location at time. Get location at time. So random location at time. Not going to be distance vector, but I just have that in there for now. Okay. So this is the question that we're leaning on here. So as it stands right now, this isn't going to work, but just for shits, I just want to fire it off just to laugh. Yeah, so you can see what I'm talking about. Like, we're just trying to make sure that these balls do not spawn on the inside, because we can't have those spawn points. We can't have those spawn points too close to all this shit. So it's hard when everything's pink, but it's also harder to see what these colors are. Is there any way to make my spline colors like bigger? To make the lines thicker? Can't see them for shit, man. Point A is the inner radius location. Point B is the outer radius location from origin. Origin A as A and origin B as B. You want the vector from A to B. You need to get B minus A. That's your vector. Okay, so I'm trying to think of who's who and where's where. So I've got my border, which is in what you were saying there. Point B is the outer radius location, right? So point B is border, and you're saying A represents this right here. Okay, so from origin, you think of origin A as A and origin B as B, right? You want the vector from A, which is here. So you're going to do B minus A. So this is the difference between these two. But now how am I going to get that converted to a radius, though? Because this isn't my vector for, or are you saying this is like, then I get like the, oh man, what would I do to get the length of that if those are the two differences? Distance vector, no, I'm not gonna use that. Because I gotta get to radius, so the radius of those two subtracted by each other, I have no fucking clue. I don't know. But I did grab, yeah, those are both local space. I see what you were saying too there, building length, just get the length of this one. It wouldn't, oh, vector length. I didn't think that was a thing. Okay, that's right. We were just using that earlier. I'm stupid. All right. If you don't know a node, you're dumb. Okay, so vector length, and if we bring this into here, let me just save all this shit real quick. All right, so you're saying that should be, it still doesn't work, for the record, but that gives us the length. So now we have to take the radius. Just need location from AB vector. So that's going to be as the origin? You're saying as the origin? Oh. Oh, wait. So you're saying to make... Wait, hold on. Is that really all it needs to be? No, it still ain't doing shit. I must have. I'm still confused. Sorry, I'm not understanding what you mean by the. What you mean by those two differences? So you just need to get the location from the AB vector. So you're saying that's these two right here. So for example, our border and our native asset radius, and you just take B minus A. So this is the border minus A, which is this, and then we get this. Right. Get random location and navigable radius. I'm just saying your spawn location is the random location on the AB vector. Okay. Okay. I think I see what you're trying to do here. So you're saying rather than get a random location in a circle, you're saying find the location first and just pinpoint it right there? Is that what you're doing? I think you might have done it a different way. Because we're randomizing this, right? Hold on. I might be confused. I think I see what he did. Yeah, I think I see what he did. That's interesting. Oh. It's still going to stay on a certain... See, that origin can't... Notice how it's like on a spline though? It's like a different circle basically. You know, there's another idea too that I thought of where it was like, why don't we just say take the distance between like this spline right here and just say like as long as it's within a range of that. Yeah. Yeah, it's too restrictive, yeah. Get random location navigable radius. The method does not use it. Yeah, okay, so you're just saying straight up to avoid that. Yeah, see, I have to use navigatable radius though because I'm bringing in AI and stuff, and they need to know. I mean, I guess I don't have to, but it needs to respect a whole bunch of other things that are going to take place. But let me. It's an interesting concept. You've kind of given me different ideas here. I mean, it's basically using just pure math, but phone range. I'm just kind of like thinking of different ideas and methods now. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like he bypassed the whole need for this node, but what's the plan for the final project? Yeah, so I haven't talked at all about the game. So the game's already on Steam, but I launched it originally as like an RTS single player. And so I felt like it was kind of stressed out between RTS mode and like third person mode, because you can like swap modes. So I'm like, I'm just gonna redo the whole thing. So the whole new game, it's all getting revamped, and it should be done here in, like, I keep joking, 2 weeks. So it should be done pretty soon. And this new 2.0 version is gonna be multiplayer. It's gonna be up to 4 players. It's gonna be third person action shooter. And think of it as a cross between like Helldivers meets there's some aspects of like maybe like Diablo in there. So yeah, it's kind of like that. But yeah, it's all in space, obviously. And it's pretty crazy. Like you can craft stuff, you can do like make vehicles and do whatever the hell you want. And play with your friends. And like there's different types of shit you can do too. Hold on 1 second. I gotta fix this because my my beacon. Let me grab this. Actor's location. Okay, just had to change that. That's for something else. Yeah. So if I can get on the ground here, I can kind of show you real fast. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Totally. So you can make your own character. You can do whatever you want. You can have all your own armor and everything on them. Everything's like equipable and shit, so you can change your loadout. There's like different stuff you can do. I've got different like skills and stuff. I'm still trying to fix a bunch of bugs, so if things look glitchy, just bear with me. But you've got all these different skills that you can learn. You can level up. You can also mix match these skills. So if you go over here, you can actually choose, like, you'll have a list of different skills from different mastery types. So if you want to have like better harvesting from like the explorer, you can level into explorer and then like mix and match like what abilities you have, and stuff like that. And then of course, like when you're hopping around, you can use those abilities. Like I just used my dash ability, so I move a little bit faster. You can have like different weapons and stuff. And then, of course, there's missions, there's harvesting. You can harvest all these different resources you may find on the ground when you're playing like a different map or whatever. And then you can collect like loot and stuff. And then you get this loot and you bring it back to your base. And then you go crafting. And you have fun crafting. Obviously, I'm on like a bullshit test map. There's nothing really too sexy about this map. Yeah, here's like my loadout, so I can like change my equipment, like put on different pants or whatever, take them off, whatever I want. Yeah, so pretty crazy shit. All that stuff's coming down the pipe as fast as I can make it. But so if anyone has the game now, they're gonna be like, "What the fuck?" The whole game's gonna change. So like right now, it's just like a RTS kind of like makeshift, kind of half-made game that I kind of got out that I was working on. But now it's gonna start being completely revamped. And nobody really knows about it because I haven't really said shit about anything on purpose because I'm not really ready for full-blown publicity just yet. But we just finished our vehicles the other day, so now these run like a champ. So I'm really happy about my vehicles. It took so long to get these right, dude. Oh my god. It took so long. I mean, sure, there's like templates you can take, but it's not the same thing because like there's tons of like this is all custom everything, so it takes a lot to make your custom stuff actually like pop. So yeah, just a total pain in the ass. But anyways, so yeah, there's vehicles you can like drive around. Also, if you want, you can like bring stuff to maps. So because there's like this transport ship. So if I just like hop out real quick, whoop, nice anti-lock brakes there, right? Yeah. I'm happy about the driving. It's gonna be good. Well, I wanna enjoy my game. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want it to be like some bullshit like barely works system. Like, if I want it to be in the game, it needs to feel good because I'm a gamer first, a dev second. So we're gonna go back to our main map here, which is like our home world. It's gonna take a minute because it's gonna have to load all these shaders, and I'm playing inside the engine, so it's a, you know, it's gonna just do its thing for like 10 seconds here. But yeah, it's crazy. It's gonna be crazy. The multiplayer stuff, I'm still trying to figure out a lot of things. I personally am having some issues with like certain things showing versus some things not showing, and then like UIs and stuff. So I'm trying to like tweak all that stuff up. But anyways, this is like my home world, or whoever's home world it'll be. It's just gray boxed right now, so it's just like demo mode, just to kind of give you like a little teaser for like what's coming. So you'll have like different, you know, crafting benches. You can like repair stuff, do like salvaging or crafting, whatever you want to do. And then you know, you'll have like your own airship. I can show you what that will do here in a minute. And you'll basically do like loadouts. So like I have a vehicle, so I can bring this vehicle if I want because I crafted this earlier. And then you can go to different maps. So you'll have all these different maps. This is the solar system. There's different like areas in space. So like different maps, different planets, different like space stations, abandoned ships, all sorts of shit. There's going to be different star systems. So this one right now is just Alara. That's the first one. I only have one planet going. This is a teaser for like another star system that's coming. So yeah, there's like all these cool different areas. And think of these as like how you would treat like Path of Exiles or Diablo. Like you're going to have all these different maps and you're going to run them with your friends or by yourself. It doesn't matter. And you got to like do them sequentially. So like you have to basically like do A to unlock B, do B to unlock C, etc. Can you fly spacecrafts in this game? If yes, space physics orbits based up. So yeah, more likely dangerous. So can I do it? Absolutely. Have I done it? Absolutely. Is it in the game right this minute? No. Will it be in the game? Absolutely. So there's like 4 parts to that question. So not yet is the short answer. Not yet, but it will be. Yeah, I have no problem against that. It's not always going to be on the ground. There's going to be. Have you ever played Battlefront 2? Right, Star Wars Battlefront 2. You know how they have some maps where it's like you're playing as like a ship, kind of like you're actually just like not a character. You're just a ship. So that's basically what you're going to have in this game. So like you can like have certain maps where like you're actually using like ships or vehicles or whatever. It's not going to be entirely just your player all the time. Sometimes you'll be in a full astronaut suit. You'll be in different like conditions, you know, space or whatever. Yeah, obviously there's like bad weather coming in. But anyways, yeah, I was just going to show you. So like if I bring did I bring everything? Yeah, there's my ship. Okay, so if I bring my ship, my vehicle in my ship when I go to an actual planet, you can like choose different like things to bring. Like if I want to bring like defense turrets or actual drones or whatever. So like if you're like a really good like vehicle crafter, you'll bring the vehicles and then your buddies will use it on the map. And then you can just like grab it. Obviously it has to be next to a beacon. And then we spawn our vehicle. And now we're actually in the game with our new vehicle. All the lights are smart lights, by the way. They automatically turn on if there's bad weather or nighttime. So as soon as I crank these lights down, boom, they'll just automatically turn on. There they go. So we already know. We don't have to think about it. There's a lot of smart systems in the game, so you don't have to actually like do too much. But yeah, so it's pretty crazy. And yes, you'll be able to customize your vehicles and customize like the decals on them and stuff. and do whatever the hell you want, really. But I haven't gotten that far. That's going to be like probably 3.0. We're still trying to get to 2.0. And it by we, I mean like as a community, like, you know, I always stream this and stuff, but I'm the only dev. So it's a long and lonely road. So it's definitely slow. But yeah, the driving's freaking awesome. I love it. I mean, it's not all about driving, but I'm obsessed with it because I just finished getting the whole driving thing working. But yeah, we can like get out here. We can like start harvesting, getting all these resources. So like these resources are actually going towards in the top left up there. And basically what that means is these resources up here in the top left, these resources are used for everything. So like if you watch this one right here, this is our energy pool right now. So if I shoot my weapon, which weapons are currently under construction, so if it looks wonky, I know, trust me. But anyways, so you can see that the ammo is going down now. So energy is your ammo, and that is shared with all of your friends. So you need someone who's like a gatherer crafter. And yes, you get XP. I just got XP for that. So gatherers are going to actually be encouraged to gather. It's not going to be like one of these things where like, you know, you get shit on because you're the builder gatherer and you get no XP while your buddy's out there slaughtering everyone with a freaking, you know, energy sword or something. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now. And of course there's missions. So everything that I loot, like all this loot that I'll start gathering, it doesn't go into my, like I actually don't get it until I finish this mission. So you have to finish the mission before you get the loot. That way players can't just like drop in and be like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna like drop in real quick and like mine a bunch of diamonds and then piece the fuck out, you know. So you actually have to like pay attention and, you know, do your mission. And the missions are not going to be that easy. So also the missions are scalable based on your mastery type, which I like because, you know, I've played every game you can imagine. And so like when I play a game and I'm like a healer and then I'm trying to do missions, I can't do those missions because I'm a healer, right? So for me, what I do is when it automatically knows like, oh, you're a gunner spec, like that's mainly what you're spec'd as. So it knows that I do more damage. It knows that I have more damage skills. So it'll actually accommodate the difficulty based on what my masteries are, who I'm playing with, what their levels are. Everything scales. Like see how it says difficulty 12? And then that's randomized as well slightly. So it's like a starting point. It's like, okay, there's only one commander. They're a healer. Let's give them a gather quest. Or, oh, it's like 3 people who are gunners. Like, okay, we need to like, you know, get crazy. Vector math in your brain. So you guys are crazy. I can't, I do this stuff. I make things look pretty. I try to make things look pretty and like the features and the mechanics and stuff. I start getting into like mathematical stuff and I respect it, but like my brain's just like, fuck. I just start falling apart. Just too much to think about. But anyways, so yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now. So we're getting there. It's like always bad weather though. I gotta like tone the weather down. It's getting ridiculous. Like too much bad weather. So yeah, it's fun. There's a lot of cool things that you'll be able to do. Also, there's more, but I won't get too into it. But let's just say there's a purpose to exploring. Like if you come down to a map, there's more things than just like beating the mission. Like there's hidden discoveries you can find. You may find more loot. Like just by me mining, I can get more rare gems. So you can actually take your time and like really like bang out maps and do what you wanna. So water is a piece of shit. I'm terrible with water. I haven't spent I have holes in my progress. Like there's some areas like we were just talking about with the vector stuff. We were trying to do a spawner, and like I'm not good with the vector math stuff. I'm not good with math in general. I mean, I can do like all the basic math and shit, no problem. But you know, like once you start getting into like 3-dimensional, like I'm like, whoa. But another thing that I haven't really had time to do is water. So I don't really have too much going on with the water. It's pretty basic right now, and I need to fix it because right now it looks pretty, but if I get close to it, we're gonna go below a threshold, and like all the shit's fucked up, and like Yeah, you see that line that just went through? Yeah, like I have to fix that. I don't even know how to fix it. I'm like a total dumbass with that right now. I just haven't had time to get to it. So there's like all these things that I have to keep trying to fix. So right now we're just gonna we're gonna keep people away from that. We're just gonna, you know, just gonna keep them out on dry land. We're starting in the desert, so we'll keep it real simple for now. But yeah, so yeah, I mean, there's tricks to everything, man. I mean, like if I want to make something look really good, that's not hard. It's making something look good and be effective, be functional, and be optimized. Like that's hard. So like, anyways, back to what we're kind of doing right this minute is we were trying to set this up so that this will automatically spawn when a map starts, like it's random. Okay, so like that's the other thing I was going to mention. So like you play Diablo and the maps are always different, right? Like they're kind of the same, but they're also kind of different. Same thing in this game. So no map will ever truly be the same. It will be in terms of landscape, but it will be totally different in terms of like certain resources, certain enemies, how big the enemies are, how hard they are, what types of enemies, what kind of camps are nearby, and stuff like that. So what I'm trying to do right now is make a randomizer for spawn regions. So I was doing this fast one here that basically says every time I start, players start in this pool. Any, you know, native assets they spawn in this section here. And then I was going to say this is the border, so missions have to stay within the border, but they can't be too close to the players. So it's just like a spawn manager kind of thing. Inner or outer spline loops back on themselves. Oh, I see what you're saying there, Dan. Yeah, it like flips inverted. Interesting. It's kind of difficult without diagrams. Yeah, and it's like multiplied difficult than when it's on Twitch with a huge delay and like 40 people, you know, saying different things. Like, trust me, it's hard. So yeah, like it's difficult. But anyways, while you guys are here too, if you guys are interested in you know, the project or anything, if I could spell correctly, that would be fantastic. Yeah, so there's the Discord. You guys can always be free to join there. There's also some devs in there from other projects, you know, indie devs and stuff. Lots of gamers. So it's just a cool place, and you can always share your projects too. I don't care. It's not going to bother me at all. And then there's also a Stars and Empires actual Discord, but I haven't really fast blasted it much just yet. But you know, it is what it is. So yeah, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff, guys. Crazy stuff. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I figured I would kind of catch everybody up because there's a lot of new faces in here. So I just kind of show a few people what we're working on and what we're doing. So yeah, hopefully, you know, wish list it, right? If you don't know right now, and like the game is on Steam. If you really want to, you can buy it right now. It's only $15. It's not, you know, this is the original, but this game is converting to 2.0. So it is going to upgrade. So if you guys buy it now, just think of it as early access, you know, and it is what it is. So or just wish list it. Who cares? And come back at it later. And if you don't want to buy it, that's totally cool too. So is what it is. Yeah, these are different discoveries you can start getting. These will help you with other stuff. You get like special perks and stuff. I don't know why that's outside of the UI on that. I gotta fix that still. Anyways, yeah, these are all coming soon. Okay, no biggie. Yeah, there's like a lot of things I'm still trying to fix. I tried to do some simple things like, for example, like down here, this is my my health bar and stuff. So how many times would you like to have that in the game, right? You can just move this around. Oh, and so you can see wherever you want it. Like, oh, like quality of life things that are just so simple that most games never have. So yeah, crazy shit. Yeah. There you go. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah. It's hard being a game dev, man, especially indie solo by yourself, no backing. It's just like, you got to learn everything. You literally have to learn everything on your own. There's no help. I mean, there's a little bit of like assistance here and there from some people or YouTubes or whatever, but it's just me and AI, man. Like, we just talk all day long. It's pretty lame. But anywho's, so yeah, so that's pretty much all I got, man. That's all I got. crazy shenanigans. I still have to like flush out like more assets. Right now it's just about getting every asset to work correctly. And you know, do what they're supposed to do. In fact, there's supposed to be enemies around here and they're not spawning. There's a whole bunch of other shit I didn't show you. Like there's other maps and stuff, but we'll leave that for the players. Oh, did you try to send a link? Sorry. Yeah, links don't work in our Discord because there's also like a lot of nefarious assholes out there that try to put like bad links in here or spam shit. So it'll just come out as asterisks. So join the Discord, throw it in there, and then I can check it out in Discord. Or if you really need to, PM me, but just tell me when you do so because I don't really pay attention to Twitch PMs too much. Because again, I always get spammed with crap. Would you like a graphics artist? Would you like this? Would you like that? It's like, no. It's constant spam, man. And then I get spammed on like Steam. I get like Steam friend requests. If I don't know who you are or you're not in the Discord, I'm going to ignore you. Like, I don't know who anyone is. So it is what it is. But I play with people all the time. Like, we're playing Dune, so I play with people all the time. You just got to let me know who the fuck you are. Otherwise, I don't know what's going on. Okay, so what did we come to as a conclusion with this spawning thing, boys? What are we thinking? What do we want to do here? Because on one end of the spectrum, I'm thinking like, what if it's easier to just make like an actor that lets me designate like a spawn zone, and then the server will just look for those zones and pick a random spot within that zone. Do you guys think that might be a little bit more smooth? Like, get all actors, pick a random actor, pick a random spot. And then I can have, like, more scalability, so I can say, like, don't spawn in Sector A. You send it in Discord? All right, cool. Oh, nice. All right, let's take a look at what you got here. Random time. Let me pull this over here. Find location closest to world location. Nice. And this does the job? Did you just really do all that? Sweet. Let's try it. Let's put it in the fucking system, huh? I hope it works. I love that TP Blueprints thing, by the way. Like, it's so hard otherwise. Like, yeah. Sometimes a screenshot's good too. Like, if you guys really know your shit and you're already in the engine, you know, it helps to see a screenshot of stuff because it's just so hard to understand stuff on Twitch. Okay, so not that. Where am I looking here? Beacon. Okay. Let me just adjust this real quick. Now, this should... And are you returning? What is that you're returning? What is... Well, I'll just paste it in and we'll find out, won't we? Okay, let's see what's going on here. Were you returning the enemy mob spawner, right? Yeah. Spawn zones, like you said, sounds nice. Maybe can spawn in certain biomes. Yes, yeah, totally. 100%. Yeah. Because the maps aren't going to be super big. So think of maps as like kind of just like Diablo is. So like you're already kind of in a certain biome. So like, for example, if you're in like a snow biome, then we already kind of know we're in a snow biome. But I still need to have certain restrictions, such as you're high up in elevation, or you're in a luscious little area with water, or, you know, that's a river. You're not supposed to spawn in that river. So I have to set up like certain restrictions to some things. Okay, so this is your outer. This is your inner. And you got random time from somewhere before, I'm guessing, right here, right? Is this just between 0 and 1? You put it in a function? That's fine. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to. I was just asking what this was. You had an out there. Okay, let's see what we got here. Oh, here you go. You got a random float right there. Okay, I see what you did. I see what you did. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Stand by. Recalibrating. I think we got some ads playing right now anyways, during the boring parts. I don't think I've ever used this node. There's so many things to learn, man. Okay. I like working inside of functions because it's non-destructive. Because you're using local variables and stuff. Yeah, I don't like working inside of the event graph unless I really have to. I mean, I do like working inside the event graph, but I don't like working, like doing like extra variables like this, like random location. I would never put that inside my event graph because then it's like, what's this for, you know? And it just clutters everything up. So I do like using functions for pretty much anything that I need to. Okay, and then this is our output. So this is going to be our location. Is that what we're getting at here? Are we bypassing? Is this a bypass math? Put it into origin? Okay. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, I was just trying to understand the way that you may have had it, because I know he had his a little different too. So I was like, okay. You just tested your... Yeah, we'll test them both. I don't care. Let's go, bro. Let's go. You can send a link in our Discord if you want, or you can PM me on Twitch. But if you PM me, just tell me you PM'd me, because I do not have it open. So I'll have to like pull it up. Okay. Radius. Wait, that's not radius. Where's my radius coming from? Do we know what we're going to do about radius? Let's see. Make it like 300. Oh, so this is like a random pool in that area? Okay. I got you. Yeah. Yeah, it needs to actually be kind of tiny because we don't want it to like bump into something weird. Okay, let's try that. Okay, that looks good. Tolerance, yeah. Accuse transform. Yeah, I was laughing. I don't know if you heard me because of the ads, but I was like, I don't think I've ever used this. Random float. I've never used that before. I'm like, oh, I didn't realize that even existed. Yo, someone told me about a node a few days ago. I'm just going to mention it because it's like the best thing since sliced bread. It's called Random Bool with Weight. Like, I had no idea this thing existed. I was like doing formula math and all this crazy shit. And they're like, dude, just do this. I was like, what the fuck? This literally says, if true, do what you want. And this is percentage. Yeah. 10%, 20%, 30%, 50%, 90%. Yeah. I was like, holy fucking shit. Yeah. So Random Bool with weight. I would have never found that if it wasn't for them on telling me about it on Twitch. So yeah, there are some perks to the chaos on Twitch. There are some perks. Yeah. Remember that one. Yeah. Okay, so radius for this one, that's fine. That's just for our debugger. Let's get to the end here. Let's see what happens. Okay, so we did still spawn, it looks like, once inside. Yeah, it's still going in there. Let's make sure all of our shit's set up correctly. Hold on, I might not even have it set up yet. Oh yeah, hold on, this is a new function. Dude, I am notorious for like not plugging things in. I will like do stupid shit, so I just gotta like double check everything here. Might be too high. Okay, let's try something lower. Let's do like 50. Is it like magnified? Like it's huge? Because I see you're multiplying here. Should we do float in range? Oh wait, I hit play. Should we do float in range? I'm still getting hits on the inside though. Damn. This is really odd. Let's see. Oh, he's typing. Get random world location between two splines. Alright, let's see what he's got here too. Okay. Alright, so I can do that too. Do you guys know that you can copy paste functions just like through Discord? Do you guys know that? You can like literally, so like this function right now, I could like take this function and I can just hit copy and then paste it as like a text document. Obviously you have to like, it's too big to fit inside Discord normally, but you can like send it as like an actual text and then someone can grab that text and then just paste it in and they'll have the function. I don't know if it always works. Like there's some like, you know, you might have some issues depending on the variables, obviously, and what nodes they're using, which engine they're using. But yeah, there's like some crazy shit. Yeah, no worries. Don't take any. If something doesn't work, don't get mad about it. There's different things going on. There's different systems being moved around. If it works on your system and it doesn't work on mine, don't feel like, oh shit. It is what it is. You know, it is what it is. So let's try this. Let's try his next. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It is what it is. I may just go with like a different spawn system altogether, but I just wanted to make it really clean and easy. Okay, so what he's doing here is he's doing this. He's going random, float, in range. That's the one that we used from up here earlier, I think. We have to use that more than once? No, okay. Random, float, in range. And we're going between 0 and 1. And then we're going to go, he's bringing in our splines. So let's grab our splines real quick. That's going to be a border. That's our outer. We're doing the time. I see the time. This is what we were using before. Yep. Get our random time. Okay. Then we're going to grab our native assets region radius. Because there's going to be a few of these. So. And then we're going to say find location closest world location. There it is. And then we're doing a minus this. Yep. Okay, I'm just making sure I'm doing it right. And then we're going to split this off. And then he goes into a random float in range. 3 times, obviously, because we want to. I see what you're doing here. Now, I might still do like a navigatable radius just so that it knows to respect if it's navigatable or not. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, this could work. Let's see. Okay, and then we're gonna turn this into a make vector. Like this. I think you took it from there. Yep. Okay. All right. So I see what you're saying here. All right. All right. So he's getting the random location, get location at a random time, which is a location on a spline. And then he's saying, and we're staying local, right? Oh, you went to world. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know if that's, should it be local or world? I'm confused with that because if we're in world space, it respects the world, but we're also not respecting the location of our targets, are we? Okay. Dev community snippet. Nice, nice, nice. Let's see what we got there. I mean, I'm happy to just, you know, make stuff on my own too. Very cool. Thank you, sir. All right, let's see if we can get this baby to rock there. I'm curious, what kind of division do you work in primarily? Like, what's your main sector that you deal with? Because there's a lot of them. By adding the actor location. Okay. Gotcha. Get a reposition, you're saying? Yeah. Technical audio. Oh, audio. Nice, dude. Okay, quick pop questions here. So, what's more optimized? If you know, you may not know, because depending on, again, there's multiple layers. Is it better to use meta sounds or the original shit, like the waves? Just as like a quick little question. Because I've tried using meta and I feel like it's a little clunky, but you get more options as opposed to like the original waves, or whatever they're called. I'm probably butchering it. You're like, this guy's an idiot, but you know what I'm talking about. The original versus the meta sounds. I did not like meta sounds. I wanted to like it. I tried my ass off to like it, but it was really buggy. Now, granted, that was in 5 point whatever, but I really didn't care for meta that much. Unless it's better now. I don't know. But which one's more optimized? Probably the same, maybe? I don't know. I mean, if you're an audio technician, I'm guessing you're going to be like all up in that meta. Nothing cool comes for free. This is true. You've said a lot with a small statement. Yep. Where the fuck is my audio files? Good lord. Oh my god, man. Not under this. Let's go assets, audio. There we go. Yeah, so what I've been doing, and I assume this is optimized, but I've been doing shit like this from like, shit, man. I'm never gonna find what I want. Whenever you want to show someone something, you'll never be able to find it, right? See, like, these were like the old ones I was doing. Like all sorts of stuff. Like, I really wanted to like meta, dude. I really did. I was starting to get into it. You know, it made sense, but it was buggy as fuck. Like, I kept getting like audio that was missing and like just random shit. And I was like, you know what? We're going back to the original crap. What is it? Objects. Well, whatever. You get my gist. But now what I do is like when I have to do random stuff. Yeah, see, like I had all my footsteps laid out. Trying to find. Bro, it's time to just search, right? We're at that point now. We're just gonna say, creature, maybe? What is that under? I'm never gonna find it under there. Here's a filter. You gotta search within the filter to find what you want to filter out. Here we go. Large creature 2, open. Yeah, so I've just been doing like versions of this now. So I basically just say like, take these sounds, randomize them, modulate them, spit them, right? And then of course we just put them on the right channel. It's clean, it's simple, it gets the job done, it gives me variety. Like, I don't know. That's the best I've gotten so far. There's probably a million other cool things you can do. But that's all I'm doing for like on-demand sounds. I feel like that's going to be pretty optimized. I haven't really messed with atmospherics too much, and I'm still curious. My biggest curious question of the day is how to make it smooth for like a vehicle. Because like when I'm trying to like loop a sound over and over, Big Bang Experiences, yeah. Meta sounds are shipping on every platform Fortnite ships on. Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, meta sounds are going to eclipse the old stuff. I mean, it's pretty obvious. But I still have issues with it. Or at least I did when I tried it in like 5.2, I think is when I was messing around with it. So I kind of just got into one of those points where I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll wait a year. They'll fix it. It'll get better. You know. All right, let's put your code to the test here. Let's see if it actually pulls through for me here. We've got beacon, blah, blah, blah. This gives us a random location. Okay, awesome. And then we're going to get this random location, and we're going to do two things here. We're going to grab this. Actually, I'll just put it inside, because why the fuck not? Grab a random location. I don't need that, but Hold on. I'm going to use it later because I need it to automatically bypass certain actors. Okay, just gonna go center. Boom. All right, let's see what we get here. Okay, so we're getting all these random locations. We are working so far. So we should never see a green ball go inside the orange circle here, which is now purple because I'm highlighted. But we should never see it go inside there. Let's just do some testing for a minute. I have faith in you. Okay, so far so good. It looks like it's working, buddy. Damn, son. And it is respecting our outer, I believe. Let's shrink the outer real quick. Border. Let's bring that in. Okay, let's do some more testing. Should never see it go outside the last pink line. Yeah, dude. Thank you. On point. On freaking point. Basic math, bro. Done. We'll give him a proper effect here. Hang on. Let's give him something good. First of all, if I can find the damn thing. Here we go. Let's amp it up first. Let's amp up the hype a little bit. And who doesn't like a few explosions? There you go. All right, cool. Found my bug. I forgot to convert the world space at the end. Oh, is that what it was? Okay. Yep. That's, dude, we're all learning, man. We're all learning. I was thinking the forest biome was a lake. Oh, this right here? You thought this was a lake? Oh, that's hilarious. I mean, it is what it is. Yeah. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do, you know? Okay, so, now that that's done, thank God. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh, yeah. I gotta do a ton of validation stuff. Yep. I was just gonna say, like, the next thing moving into that is we have to figure out, like, if I'm spawning something now in that radius, now it has to say, it saves me a lot of time because I can't have, see, we still might have an issue, but what I could do is I could do a draw call and I could just say, hey, do a quick test mathematically and tell me if we hit any actors that we're not supposed to hit, right? So we could just do like a box trace by objects, and I could say make array, and I could say we're looking for, statics. We're looking for, does the world landscape count as a static? I can't remember. We're looking for vehicles. We're looking for enemies. And we're looking for harvestables are fine because that's going to clear out the harvestables. Oh, there's another interesting thing. Yeah, so there's you math people. I'm glad you're all on the line with me tonight because there's a lot of math problems I've been having for some of this other shit. So we got ourselves a random spawner, right? Now here's the catch. Here's the caveat. So when we spawn, let's say an actor, let's actually make this work for a minute. Okay, so we've got a random location. Dude, I have so much, it's like a junkyard in here right now. Hold on. We'll leave that for later. Test spawns, get rid of this, get rid of this. Leave that there. Compile, save. Okay, so what I need to actually do is move this function to my BPL. We're going to turn this into a blueprint library function. So this will be spline limit, and this one will be spline start. Okay, blah, blah, blah. I don't need the debugger right now in this. So my question is, when I spawn something, okay, like in a world, I need to make sure that the ground is fucking flat or level enough, okay? Because if I have like a massive fortress, let's say I have like something the size of a football, well, that's too big. But let's say I have something the size of a house, okay? And I place it down and it's like, oh, I found a spot for you there, chief. And it's like on top of a hill where it has like a cliff. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we don't want the assets to be like, oh, let's just hang off the side of this cliff. So that's the next thing that I got to deal with is like, my first thought was to draw line traces on all corners and say, if there's anything that hits at a certain distance, deny yourself. But then again, like, you need some leeway, and I didn't know if there was a way to just like check the landscape. I'm sure there is, but that's like way out of my wheelhouse. So, you know, ideas. If anyone's got any cool ideas, it's been on my my table for a while. So that's that. Use a box trace and just say, like, is there a way to say though, like, if it's level, or are you just saying like if I don't hit, you know what I mean? Because like if a box trace goes off, that would say, oh, I hit something. Well, yeah, you might hit something on the left side of your box, but what about the right side where you're hanging off a cliff? You know what I mean? So how would you like do that? I'm just curious. BPL. What did we call that? BPL. Random spline zone location. Okay. Because the server has to do this, not the... We're not going to have the whatchamacallit do this. That one's fine. But now we have to get out of here, and let's go over to our that's native loot, which is also going to use this. Yeah, here we go. This is where we're getting into the thick of it. EPL spline, random spline location. Okay. All right. Get beacon. Get border. Get border. Go. This is our limit. Get mission radius. Get native assets radius. Okay, so if we are going to do this, and we're going to go like this for now. Could you do a line trace to determine the location underneath is valid? If so, do a line trace out in 4 directions from the hit location depending on the buffer range. It will determine if it's close to an edge or not and adjust the spawn location. Yeah, there's there's a lot of different ways you can do it. I mean, we can make it work no matter what, but it's trying to find a way to make it work efficiently so it's not like, you know, every tick trying to teleport all over the place. But yeah, that's initially how I thought it would be. Off the top of my head, approach would be both ideas. Yeah, box trace plus line trace at the corners to make sure that they're within the same axis range. True. So if corners are level and the box trace doesn't hit anything, right, I can't say that word because I'm a dumbass. It's probably fine. Holes would be an edge case. Gotcha. Yeah. Well, and holes wouldn't matter too much as long as the holes aren't like actually you know, like massive. I guess if you had like a bowl, like that would be like a crater, right? Like that would be an issue. It wouldn't know what to do because then that's the other problem too, is like the walls, right? Like you gotta make sure the walls aren't running into the side of a hill, because if the hill's like this and you're like, oh, I'm good to go, dude, and it's like, no, now the rest of your asset is like inside a hill, so that could be a problem. And if players are expected to go inside of these things, because some of them are gonna be like dungeons, crash ships, you know, like you gotta make sure that the players can actually do what they're supposed to do. So if a player is supposed to go inside, let's say a crashed ship, then we have to have the absolute bottom of that ship asset so that when they're running around inside the ship looking for the core, it's not going to be under the ground, and thus the mission is a scrub. You know what I mean? So yeah, that is definitely something to consider for sure. I'm rigging up your BPL right now, dude. So we're gonna put it to the test here, just straight up, and see if it actually works. I mean, I already know it works, but we're gonna see if we can do it correctly. So this is for a native asset. So I have a bunch of different terminology for the game right now. So basically, there's players, and I'll kind of show you the radius markers. So players only spawn around the beacon. This is like everyone's ready to go, okay? And then around that, you have native asset range. So I don't want native assets to spawn too close to the players. And native assets are things like abandoned camps, crashed vehicles, extra loot in the area. It can be sheep, monsters, creatures, wildlife, anything. So we have to have a way to keep them away from the players. So that's what this orange border is for. So that means anywhere between the orange border and the red border is acceptable. And then we have mission assets, which is where the yellow border comes in. And that says you're not allowed to go anywhere from here to the border. And that's to make sure that like we don't have because everything's random. And we don't want like a mission asset to spawn directly next to the players. So that's kind of what that's all about. And I can scale this in real time now because we just basically made each spline use the math. So if I'm like, you know what, let's create a little bit bigger of a radius there, we can just do this in real time for each map, and we know exactly how it works. And we'll put this to the test in a little bit on an actual map that's not a test bullshit map like this. But right now, let's see if this actually spawns. I don't see any reason why it won't. So it should be fine. Yes. And then mission radius, that'll be a different one. Okay, cool. But yeah, we're gonna have to figure out that problem because it's a serious issue trying to deal with like, your topology, I guess. I don't know what the correct term is for that. All right, so we should see an asset somewhere out here. If we don't, then we may have gotten a bad call from somewhere else. I gotta double check. I do not see it anywhere. Okay. Take a look at what's going on here. I think we may have had an issue here before, but let's just double check. False. False my ass. Out class. Enemy base POI. How is that false? Assets. Mission assets. Enemy POIs. Those should be fine. There are so many systems right now that I'm juggling. It's like, I don't know. It's like so daunting sometimes to jump in here. Okay, so this should be considered a native asset, I think. It's not a mission. Oh wait, no, it's a POI. That's right. Native POI. I think that's what it's called. Enemy POI. Yeah, this one's an enemy POI. Okay, so we've got Junker Hut, Salvage Pit, and then AI is a big loaded monster as well. Like trying to do like the AI for the actual creatures and shit. Okay, see how this is all randomized? So I set it up so like it'll pick a random of whatever we say is allowed, and then it will say, okay, how many monsters should be there, or what types of enemies should be there. So everything's just like all automated, and then it will also randomize those numbers, and then it randomizes what kind of resources spawn in the area. And I still need to get PCG to work for some of this stuff, but I'm like having a hard time with PCGs working inside my actors for some reason. I don't know why. It's like being really goofy. Enemy POI, main game mode. Why is this failing? Let's see what class it was when it failed. Maybe it was one I didn't have set up correctly. None. Oh, you know what it is? It's just lagging. That's all it is. Yeah, whatever. Skip. Okay, that's great. Fantastic. Go back. Go back. Bro. Here we go. No, that really did fail. Okay, interesting. Okay, so it's failing on what? It's saying it's not a valid class? How is that not a valid class? It's BP. That's not it. Enemy base POI asset. Enemy base POI asset. Oh, it's set to none? What the F? POI. It's set to right there. Am I using the soft reference right for a BP? You just use a conversion node, right? You just use a resolve and then you get is valid and pump it out, right? What the F, dude? Why is that not valid all of a sudden? Well, let's make sure the actual assets are correct. Let's start there. Open. Open. Yeah, we might have a conflict in here. Who knows? It could just be the engine being an asshole too. I've had that happen. Things that are fine are not fine and then they're fine again. We got no errors in there. Never ends, man. It never ends. Yeah, see, now it's true. Like, what? Okay, sure. Here we go. There it is. You can see it just spawned in the distance there. So it brought in an actual camp and it just slapped it down in one of your random spots. And you can see that we have random resources on a pile there, and we have just bullshit random creatures that I made. They look wonky as fuck, and I have to fix them. They're like floating, but yeah. So it's working. So we have like our random area, and I can harvest this. Kind of works. I gotta fix the harvester. Those are still under construction. I was having issues before where these weren't dropping items. Now they are. Okay. Okay, that went there. The other thing was a regular piece of gear, so that's good. Alright, sweet. So that's working. And so the whole point here is the more random we get, the easier it gets for everything else, right? Because then I can just like scale what I want. And it's just gonna sprinkle random shit all over the place. Roaming animals, roaming creatures, hostiles, passives, loot, camps, everything. So the whole world will be randomly assorted every time you play it. We gotta get that to get rid of those plants. Why did that not get rid of those plants? Because we don't have it set up to do that. Right. So they're just strings representing it, right? But they just they're not in use until you resolve them, though, right? So like the resolver still, like you have to use the resolver, right? Otherwise, there's no way to get it out. Like that's how you properly call a soft for. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Cool. So as long as you soft it and then you resolve it, you should always be fine. It should be true. It should be truly that like actual non-soft asset. It has to be there when you resolve it. How does that work? Because like, do you mean like, because I'm pulling it from a data table? Okay, because like for this example here, I mean, we're pulling it from, yeah, it's coming from a data table. So we're just looking up a data table file and we're saying, okay, like this is all your information, blah, blah, blah. So like, I mean, it should always exist inside a data table, right? Like we should always be valid to resolve it. Or is there a chance where like I have to like do something else? Because I'm just pulling it out. I mean, it's already set correctly, but I'm just curious why this was saying not valid. I wonder if that was like a fringe case. Maybe the engine was hiccuping. Because then I recompiled and it was fine. True. I put this in here to prevent some type of crash. True. What are we getting here? Junker Hut. It's, well, no, it's just a normal soft ref. It's just I'm loading it right now. So like we're saying we're gonna spawn an actor, right? And that actor needs to have a class of information, and I'm saying, hey, make sure you make it this blueprint. Right. Yeah, exactly. Oh no, dude. Yeah, Tox, you say whatever the fuck you want, bro. Yeah, I if anyone ever gives you shit, like I don't put up with it. So yeah, like if you guys have an idea, throw it at me, man. Like I have literally made an entire game and I came from the world of TV. Like I never did code in my life, ever. So like don't ever think you can't do it. So just start somewhere and start pedaling, you know? Like just start working. So yeah, if you have an idea for something, throw it at us. Who cares? And we'll explain why, or maybe it works, or maybe it doesn't work, or maybe, you know, it's something no one's thought of. Yeah, async loading. Yeah, I was thinking about that too, but I've had a lot of buggy problems with async loading, man. Talking about this right here, right? And I know I can't do this until it finishes. Like that. But I was getting a lot of like engine crashes with this, and I was like, what the fuck is wrong with this? Like, because you know I'm trained by Grok, so Grok always tells me what to do, and it was saying to do this originally for certain things, but it's coming from a data table, so I don't know if I even need that. Like, it is loading without it, so I'm so freaking confused, man. I'm so freaking confused. Like he said earlier, the editor loads it already, so technically it's cheating. You know what I mean? Because it's like, it's technically already async loaded. You have to load it. So should I always do an async load to be safe? And then... But see, then the other thing I was reading is like, you have to like take it out of memory if it's not being used. I'm like, what? Yeah. You do a check to see if it's loaded first. Is that just a valid? If it fails, I load it. Async is performed. Oh, okay. So you do it this way. So you do this. It's actually a good method. due to redundancies. I love redundancy, by the way. Basically, it's the action of making sure that if something fails, you have a backup to it. So you do this, and then do you check again if it's valid? If not, fail with an error. Oh, okay, if you try to access the reference and it's invalid, so you need to make sure it's like totally valid, dude. Like, if that fucker is invalid, you are fucked. Okay, got it. So we're gonna try this then. We're gonna say, if this is not valid for whatever fucking reason, I can't even talk, dude. That vector math just like totally jacked me up. I'm still recovering. We're gonna go to this async load class. And then if this is also not valid, we're going to have to turn this into a little mini function. Oh, we can't do a function because it's a timer. It's going to tell us to piss off. So you're saying, like, this should prevent all crashes, in theory. In theory. If true, continue. If false, stall. Like that. Yeah. Debugger. Right. Yep. Print string. Yep. You're fucked. There we go. Async load failed. On. And I can just do this. And we can actually just bring this over here and we can get... Can I get the name? No. I do not have POI data. Oh, there it is. I was like, how the hell do I not have a name? Okay. Async load failed on, and it will tell me what happened. Boom. And we gotta make this way longer because it's like, who the fuck can read 2 seconds what just happened? Make that like 20 seconds. Boom. Okay. Compile. Save. Okay, so let me catch up on chat. Sorry. Yeah. I would first look how the procedural foliage spawner spawns foliage and maybe write a similar function to generate a box that's actually a good idea. Yeah, box that you can editor spawns just not for foliage, for the mobs, because I think the foliage spawner has slope detection. Yeah, you make a good point. And so for anyone, what he's talking about is and we're gonna get into this because this is it. Game dev starts fun and then it gets crazy. So he's talking about this. So if we go to foliage and we pick some plants that we want to put on the ground, let's do these ones. It automatically knows. But see, here's the thing. So these axes, the axis or whatever of these things, you have to tell these to ignore. Where is that? Align to normal. I can't remember which one it is. Yeah, I think that's right. That looks right. Yeah, so you do not want it to align to normal, and then they'll stay straight up when you paint them. Otherwise, they'll right. So it is doing some type of trace detection, and it's trying to get the landscapes normal. So I think that's all it's using is the normal. But yeah, we'll have to figure that out. That's definitely coming up very soon. But first, we got to make sure this thing doesn't fail, because this is very important. Validate references unless I can be assured it. Yeah, I know. That's the other. He makes good points. The error thing, I actually tell people to do that, but what I usually do is I'll say error, and then I'll say where I am. So this will be main game mode, and then I'll say what the problem is. And this is really good advice for everybody because there's nothing worse than a failed that just pops up on your screen. Like, you're never going to know what the F that means. So you want to know it's an error, not something that's critical. If it's something critical, I usually also make it red instead of whatever. And you got to make this longer, otherwise it's going to be like gone. So, and for those who don't know, if you add a key to it, like you ever do a print string and you see like numbers just spamming your screen, just add a random key. It can be anything you want, and that will prevent anything else. It doesn't matter for this, but it'll prevent anything else from like stacking. This one we actually do want to stack because we want to see if more than one fails, because there'll be several different actors coming in. But if you don't want to see spam, like if you're just trying to see like what a float is, then you would give it a key, anything, and it would prevent it. It would just stay in place, and it will just change and update in that one spot, as opposed to like spamming your screen. So that's what key's used for. You can get the normal off a trace function to determine. Yes, that would be. Would I have to cast a landscape though? How would I get? Because if I did line trace by channel, for example. Oh, wrong one. Hello. Line trace by channel break. So what he's referring to is this. So when we do a line trace, we hit the ground, we figure out what it is, and then you can get a normal right here, and this would tell us what our normal is. But I guess where I would get confused is like we were saying before, like how do you get that slope detection in that radius? Maybe that's where the box trace comes in. Like you do a box trace and you say if, well, or you do the line trace and you say if A is greater than B, like, or if A is not within range of B, you know what I mean? Like if A comes out at 1 foot difference and B comes out at 1.2 difference, then you're good. But if A is 1 and B is 5, you know, that could be an issue. You actually mean the procedural foliage spawner? That is not really possible for what we're doing. It's just the way that the game's set up, or the engine's set up. So the foliage actor, what it's meant to do, and I see what you're saying. So you can make it like paint pretty much anything you want, but since we're doing random stuff, we're basically making our own system. So if you make your own system, you have to detect on your own, you have to get data on your own, and you have to reason on your own. So if I did the foliage system for painting like bases and stuff, it would work for static meshes. Like I could take a static mesh, slap it in here. It doesn't have to be a tree, but it's not going to, you know, then we're getting into like doing things manually anyways. Oh, you're just saying like the actor itself? Yeah, but it uses painting as a method. That's the problem. I am the action that tells it what to do. Otherwise, you're getting into what's called procedural generation, which is similar. So we could use like a PCG system, but then it's kind of like, PCG is a little wild. It's very heavy too. So, right. Yeah. Right, exactly. Yeah, it just shoots down. Yeah, there are a lot of limitations to the foliage thing, unfortunately. Yeah. We did some damage today, guys. We did some damage. We got this new system working, which I'm happy for. Let's put it to use. Let's try it in an actual map real quick. Because why not, right? Let's go to maps, beach landing. You know, let's go somewhere different. I'm sick of going to the damn beach. Let's go to Boulder Slide. Let's mix it up a little bit. Show you guys a different map. So you guys will actually see what I was talking about on this map. This is where things get really wonky. So we just made our spawner, right? Our spawn detection system. So there's our beacon. Hello. Okay, so there's our beacon. Right there. Okay, and you can see our radius. So let's start setting it up. So how big do we want the actual playable area to be? And we can also use this border for players too. We could say, piss off, you can't go any further. Now, generally speaking, I don't want my maps to be too big because you run into a whole bunch of other issues. But thank you. Yeah, I made all this by hand. I used Quixel assets and everything. I might as well jump in it real quick, just see if I spawn in the right spot. I should have brought a vehicle because it's a hell of a hike. Ignore that floating thing. That's just for me to know what's going on. So yeah, I mean, I used to work in TV and for commercials and marketing and stuff, and I won an Emmy for using the Unreal Engine for making like environments and stuff, well, animations. So like I was pretty good at what I did for some of that shit. And that they never used Unreal Engine, so like, what the fuck are you doing with a game engine? This is insane. I'm getting a lot of like lag spikes right now. I don't know what that's all about. I think I'm loading like background shaders. I don't know, but it's getting really weird. Hold on. Wait, what is this? Oh. I'm glad we just found that. I mean, we're supposed to just pop out if we fail, but get enemy POIs. Add them. Are we clearing them? Yeah. Okay, and then when we finish, pick a random one if one exists, right? So we have to say is empty. That was part of the problem there, I think. So if it's not empty, we need to hear about it if it is, so I know what the hell's going on. Okay. It was clogging up the system there. That's what was going on there. Because it was like trying to find something and it didn't know what to do, and it created a chain reaction. I could probably make some redundancy maneuvers here. I could just say get this. If failed, get a random one and just spit that out. That way we just get something. Something's always better than nothing. We'll still get the error, but at least we'll have something so that the other stuff doesn't like chain react and start falling apart. Okay. That should take care of all that bullshit. But anyways, yeah, I like making maps. I just don't have any time to do them anymore. Yeah, I think there's still some other back code that's acting a little goofy. So what I was going to say is, on a map like this, what's tricky is we set our spawn radius, but we're still dealing with mountains. No, this is not world partition. It's not big enough to need that. What the fuck is going on here? PDA. I don't have a PDA for this thing, so that's why it's like freaking out. I don't really care. I'm just trying to show you the map real quick. But anyways, yeah, so you see how like we're setting up our range here. So we have our border. If I make the border bigger, oh, you know what I should do? I should make the navigation radius the same size as the border. Well, I don't want to attach too many things to the beacon, because then we get into other problems. Okay. So what I was originally thinking was, I set this up. The missions have to be somewhere like this far away. Let's make the border way bigger. The map's going to have to be bigger. So we'll say the border's like this. These are older maps that I already made from the RTS version. They are playable right now on my Steam version that's currently released. But, you know, there's a lot of work that needs to be done on them still. But so if we change mission radius, native assets radius, okay. So native assets won't spawn anywhere from here. So from the orange line all the way to the red line within a navigatable radius. And then here's another thing I got to do. So this is tricky. These assets that I painted with, like, this is a way to do it. Like, you can just like start slapping assets down, but you have to make sure that these are considered obstacles. Otherwise, if I press P, look what happens. So P represents what is walkable by an enemy, okay, or a spawn. And so this means that we could have a freaking base spawn right on this tiny little cliff right here, right? So we need to basically tell all of these areas that are like rocks to be like, no, you are not allowed to spawn there. And in this particular instance, everything's just kind of scattered all over the place. But I think there's something under navigational right here where I can say that it's an object. Yeah, world partition's a little different. I have messed with that when I was messing around with the MMO originally that I was working on. World partitions, you don't really need them unless it's big enough. I'm purposefully making these not too large on purpose because I don't want it to feel like daunting to explore too much, but you know, it is what it is. At least these maps. But I probably will make things a lot bigger down the road. Can I make the box less tall? I can, but we have hills in the back too. That's the problem. So like you see this elevation here. So like this is passable. This is part of the ground. So it's kind of hard to like, you know, then this will be walkable, but this, you know what I mean? It's like, eh. So the best way to do it is to just say these are obstacles. Don't fucking go here. So that's what I'm going to do right now. So we just look for navigation. And we say whether this component can potentially influence navigation. Yes. And we set this to, let's see, no collision underneath. If set, nav mesh will not be generated under the surface of this geometry. Well, we definitely want that. So which one did we just set? We're working on this one right here. Okay, so now if we look underneath here, there's no navigation there, but there is navigation under these ones. So that prevents navigation from going underneath it. Now the player can go everywhere. This is just for whatever we say we want it to be. So in this example, it's for enemy AI that spawn, enemy AI when they're walking and trying to get around obstacles, and when we spawn assets. So a base, a random camp, loot, whatever. That's what this represents. Yeah. And this is all this is called is just a nav mesh, and it just lets me set a huge box that says, hey man, this zone is walkable. And it does it automatically. You can see it just automatically like fire off. It does it all, you know, by itself. I don't know what it is. There's a setting in here somewhere. We're probably gonna have to look it up. That's interesting. I can like convert it. Okay, I don't remember ever seeing that before. Looks like something new that they added. If said geometry gathered from navigation data generation will be converted into a filled vertex convex volume, it means that all collision geometries of the asset are merged vertically, resulting in a grid of vertical columns that encompass the asset. This can be useful for representing the interior of the surface, preventing nav mesh inside. I've never seen that before. That's cool. Let's see. So we need to do something that is going to tell it to ignore everything, and I can't figure out where that is. Might be in the mesh itself, actually. Let me check the actual static mesh. There we go. Right here. This mesh will be used as a dynamic obstacle. Don't create nav mesh on top. Much faster adding removing. Yes, that's what I want. Boom. So we got to do it in the static mesh. That's way better for us because now it updates all the assets that are this exact same type. So it's in the actual static mesh. That's what we wanted. We can also say that this is considered an obstacle. Whatever. And it should update in real time. Yeah, see how everything's starting to turn red now? Underneath it and stuff? This is exactly what we wanted. So, and it's slowly changing as it pushes out in a big circle. You can see it like slowly updating the nav mesh. Tox throwing down a sub. Thank you so much. You guys got those Prime subs. You might as well use them. That Bezos coin. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that, dude. Helps get rid of those annoying ads, you know? So nav it is. So let's go find the rest of these. And I'll show you guys something else that's kind of cool. So if we go to our cliffs, we got a bunch of them, right? So I can grab all of these cliffs at once, and I can edit them inside my matrix. And with the matrix open, we can now adjust everything all at once for everything. So I can go to nav, and I can say dynamic. And I can say that you're an obstacle. Kaboom. Now we're going to see some results. All right. See how the green is disappearing from the tops of all the rocks now? Like, see there's green on this one right here. That's going to disappear in just a second. There it goes. Boop, 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 boop. Get out of here. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, now we have to adjust a few things. It's not like actually perfect, but we're getting closer. What's up, Agent? What's shaking, man? Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Okay, I don't know what's going on in here. Okay, these objects also need to be changed. So let's find these real fast. These are canyon sandstones, so all of these need to be updated as obstacles. So let's edit those in the matrix. This is like, I need to do a proper audit, but I've been meaning to do this for a while. Wait, what did I just click? Migrate? I don't want to migrate. Get out of here. I want to do edit property matrix. Wasn't paying attention. Migrate. It'd be like the end of the world. Okay, so now we're going to do nav. That. Boom. Okay. So now that should update all of those assets. Oh, because of ads? Jesus. Yeah, if you ever have any questions, I'll show you again. Just let me know. Yeah, all I did is there's you got to go into the actual static mesh, and we're still getting some weird shit here and there. I will say that I've had a lot of bugs with the nav mesh. Sometimes you just have to like force it to like redo itself. But anyways, yeah, so like I'm gonna see if I can find something else here. Let's see what else we have. Okay, that's a part of that one. Alright, so like copper and shit. So there's something else that we have to do, and that's usually like I gotta make sure that this does what I want, because if I don't, this could be dangerous. So what we need to do is you just right click these, for example, you do asset actions, and you do edit property matrix. And then this does all the assets all at once. So you can do like hundreds of them all at once instead of opening each one independently. It doesn't work for some things. It depends on what it is. And we say is dynamic. Okay. Area class obstacle. Now, I'm a little confused here. Navigation area type that will be used when the static mesh is used as a navigation obstacle. Empty area class means the default obstacle class will be used. I'm a little nervous that like if this asset gets removed, will the nav mesh come back is what I'm like kind of concerned about. So let's see what we got here. So like this one for sure. Blocking volumes, that's what most people do, and then you'll get smashed later on the backside because of optimization. You're like, why is it so laggy? Yeah, so collision blocks are terrible. I just want to throw that out there. You should never use a collision block on something that's going to be like used a lot and colliding with other collision blocks of other assets and other actors that might be using, you know, updating constantly. If you do use a collision block or a volume or something like that, it should be pop, like one frame. It should scan something quickly. It should be very brief. You can make them large if you have to, but you have to like be aware of like what it's going to be collecting, what kind of data it's looking for. You don't want to be using event ticks usually. You got to be very cautious when dealing with collision volumes. For example, when I first started a long time ago, I made these enemies and I put like collision, you know, blocks and shit around them to detect like whether or not they were next to something. It was a disaster. It was a disaster. Once you got to like 20 enemies, the whole game was like, because you had 20 enemies with collision boxes colliding with themselves, colliding with players, colliding with the ground, colliding with objects, and then trying to decide. It was horrible. So yeah, use math. Math is the correct way. Or an EQS system, which is different. I still don't know too much about that yet because I haven't had time to get into it. But long story short, you're basically snapshotting certain geological markers, and you're saying, go here, find a navigatable path, and just go there. So like what this does right now is this says, like, let's say I have an enemy, and he's all the way up here, okay? He's all the way up here on top of this mountain. And he knows I'm here, like mining, doing my thing, right? That enemy is going to say, you're in range of my visual whatever, which is a float, super clean. And it's going to say, yes, Boolean, super clean, I'm allowed to attack you. Which then says, yes, start beginning the process of going to my location using the nav bound. So then it just says, because this data is all like baked basically. So it says, okay, here we go. I know I can take this path. I know I need to go around this rock, whatever. And it will just update in real time. So as you're moving, the enemy will be like, no, I'm going for your ass. And it will go around blocks and try to like go back and forth. That's why if you ever played like a game where like the AI gets buggy when you just go like back and forth between a rock, it's because it's trying to decide which way to go with the navigation. So it's just trying to update in real time to go around something. There's ways to fix that, but that's like the basic principle. So you don't want to use collisions. You want to stick to math. You know, if I'm in range, attack, and it will just automatically go to that location. If not, stop. If something else happens, reverse, you know, change, whatever. Yeah, you would do a trace. So those are what's called traces. basically they trace. Whenever someone says a trace, it's like a lightweight snapshot collision area, however big you want it to be, and it only looks for what you want it to look for, and then it's gone. And it takes the data that it finds and it spits it out as a result. So like you would do like a sphere trace or a cube box trace, whatever. You would say look for plants. If plants are found, add them to an array. When I'm done finding all the plants, take all the items that I found that are in the array and delete them. Right? So like that would be like a basic like box trace mechanic. And then that way, if something spawns next to trees, it just gets rid of everything. It gets a little bit more complicated than that, but that's kind of how you can use like traces and stuff. You could say, when I press this button, do a line trace, and the line trace will say shoot like a laser pointer. If I hit something in front of me, tell me what that object is. If it's this, do that. If it's not, don't do anything. So yeah, traces are used constantly, and you can use those on every tick, but collision boxes you do not want to use frequently. Those should be more like static, or like if you have a collision box on anything that's moving period, you're probably doing something wrong. If it's like, it depends on what it is. I mean, like if it's like tracing all the time, or if it's always looking for stuff, you can get away with certain things, but just be very careful with your collision boxes, because I've had massive optimization problems with certain collision boxes. Teleport stuff, you can teleport, but my ship will not together. So are you walking as a character? So you have a pawn that's walking on your ship, I'm guessing. So that's ship is pawn, player is pawn, so 2 pawns? Or how do you have it set up? And while you answer that, I need to ask Grok. I use Grok for everything, boys. Like, if you guys want to know who my teacher is, it's called Grok. It used to be Meta, and now I use Grok. Is that called dynamic obstacle? Airplane and player both characters. Okay, so they're both characters. Got it. Scaling up. You could do cool, expensive things on things like that are just single instances. Right. Centerpieces are on your presentation. The issue is when you need dozens of hundreds of. Yes, exactly. Right. Yeah, when you start having a bunch of shit together, that's when shit gets crazy, dude. It gets crazy. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're going to first let's try to figure out your issue there for us. So you're saying you have an airplane that's a character. You should make it a pawn. It shouldn't be a character unless you have. I see what you're trying to do there. You're probably trying to make it a character because it's easier to maneuver. Is that why you did that? Like it's just controls. I mean, it doesn't really matter, I guess. If you're just gonna be the character the whole time, I guess you could do that. But whatever. Depends on your simulation tactics and how you're setting it up. I'll just skip all that for now. Just ignore me. All right, so if you can't teleport both of them together, it's probably because it's not recognizing that the player is a part of the same area. So you could do one thing, which is momentarily attach one actor to another actor. So you'd say attach actor to actor, and then teleport, and then unattach actor from actor. You could try that. Or you could say teleport both of them, and then reset the location of your player inside the ship. Multiplayer setup template. Well, multiplayer doesn't make any difference. The math is still going to be the same. Unless you're having issues with like one player not seeing the other player, in which case you're dealing with a replication issue. What's up, Timeria? Welcome aboard. How you doing, girl? What's new with you today? Okay, good. So the nav mesh will update if it exists. Okay, it'll automatically update to reflect the absence of the obstacle. Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure it was doing. Okay, cool. Because if I like mine something, I want to make sure that like enemies don't still try to go around what was once there. Okay, good. It supports dynamic updates. I figured it did, but I always ask my dumb questions to AI. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm chilling. We're getting some work done today. So this is good. This will work fine. I'm just setting them to obstacle just in case, but I'm also making them dynamic. So, yeah, you should be good to go. And if they get removed for whatever reason, it is what it is. Why is this one still on top? Yeah, so AI is telling you exactly what I said. That's an honor. That means that it is the most optimized way. Yeah, so that's what I would do. I mean, I do that essentially for the vehicle, right? So if I'm playing this game right now and I jump into my vehicle, which I can't do because this map isn't set up right, it will, it attaches and then it detaches. That's, if you're piloting a ship, you should be doing the same thing. Other player spawnable zones. Yeah. Yeah, I would like to do something like that. During editor time and cache. Yeah, if you're referenced during runtime, this approach is limited to static data, however. Yeah, yep. She forced you to take a break? Slurring speech, forgetting words? Dude, I was just doing that. These guys just dragged me through the mud on like vector math data. And I couldn't talk anymore. Like I just started losing my way to like talk. I couldn't speak anymore. I'm like, I think that's it for me with the vector math. Thank God we had some help there, so we got through it. But dude, man, it was brutal. I'll show you what I do, Forrest. If you want to give me a second, I can show you what I do, and then you can just copy paste this shit. Hold on. I gotta remember where the hell I'm going. AI training world. Here we go. Yeah, the brain just starts to melt. Yeah. I can only do this for like 4 or 5 hours. I'm probably gonna wrap pretty soon because I just get shot, and then I'm like, fuck it, and then I'm just like this with my buddies just playing Dune. I'm like, yeah, because I'm just dead. You know what I mean? Like I can't. I love this stuff with an absolute passion. I really hope I can like make some money on it one day so I can do it as a profession. But because yeah, I'm like basically a bum right now. So I'm a poor game dev. So yeah, just living off the parents' rent right now. Let's see. Solo Studio, yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's the sacrifice we choose. The content folder is insanely organized compared to yours. It has to be. I've made mistakes, my friend. I have made mistakes. If things look tidy and nice, it's because they never used to. Yeah, man, it's brutal, dude. You have to be organized. If you don't, you'll just it's going to catch up to you. So. And we all know how Unreal is when it turns to like, oh, I want to rename this map, and corrupt. So you have to really like be on top of your shit with organizing. Okay, so here we go, Forrest. Let's get you figured out first. So here's what's going on. So when I get into the game right now and I get into a vehicle, vehicles are probably one of the biggest topics for like people getting lost because they're very complicated. There's a lot going on. We just finished getting our vehicle system set up yesterday, and I'm so happy. So essentially what's going on is my character is your character, my car is your ship, okay? So in contrast. Now, in your specific example, what you were saying is the character is on the ship or inside the ship, which is basically the same thing as me trying to jump on top of this car, which I can't do right now. Well, maybe I can. Never say never. Nope. So what happens is when I get inside this car, where's my character? Okay, well, my character is actually inside the freaking vehicle. All right, like she's in there. Now I have her invisible. And I have to tell her children to be invisible as well, which are the, swords and shit. But regardless, she's in there. She's attached to the other actor. Okay, so they're both attached. And when I get out of the vehicle, what I have happen is essentially I unattach and I have her just go to a location that's a marker on the car. So here's what's really going on behind the scenes. Let's show you what's actually taking place here. Pum, 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 pum. I'm not going to show everything because it gets a little complicated, but just enough to kind of get you started here with what you were referring to with the teleport problem. Also, I use masters for everything. I use the term master instead of parent because it just makes sense in my mind because I come from the audio world a little bit, where it's like that's a master out, that's a master like volume or whatever. So I just use that as my main terminology, but it's the same thing as someone calling something a parent. Okay, so this is my master vehicle section, not that, this. So, and this is nothing, this is small as fuck. But what you were talking about is getting attached and detached. So let's specifically address that problem. Yeah, it's the same thing as this. Yeah, it's the exact same thing. So what you're doing is you need this code right here. Okay, so it's a node. So you would say attach actor to actor. And all you're doing is you're saying, I'm taking myself, which is the vehicle. So this would be your ship. And you are attaching the player. So the player is the target, and the parent, the master, is the ship. So just do this, then do teleport, then do detach from actor. Keep relative, keep relative, keep relative. Okay? That's all you have to do. And it can happen. So attach, teleport. If you want to, you can do a next tick. It doesn't matter. Detach. That's it. When you detach, you should detach where you attached from. If you would like to remove or move the character to a new location, you can just set the actor's location of the character to a marker. Have you ever used arrows before? Because if you haven't, I live by them. These are arrows that you can add. You just come up here to components. Yes, all in one snap. Yep, just one snap. You may have to do a next tick, depending on certain situations. It's a node called next tick. This is the most optimized delay you could ever use because it literally means the next tick, which does not mean second. It's not second. Yeah, so you may need a tick, but you should be fine. So do that and then use arrows. Arrows will help you with locations. So when I get out of the car, if I'm a passenger, it says, oh, go to arrow, passenger, exit passenger. If I'm the driver, it says, hey, get out of here and go to driver, exit. So, and I can move these around based on whatever the vehicle type is. So yeah, that's the way you want to do it. And make sure that you set this up for your master, for your ship. And then you can just make, other child versions of the ships, and those ships will still follow that master design. That parent design. So yeah, delay next tick. You didn't know about that? Yeah, it's the most powerful node in the world when it comes to like quick optimized delays. Yeah. You don't want to use delay ever, period. I mean, you have to sometimes. I use it sometimes, I get it, but usually you want to do next tick unless it's something specific. You shouldn't have to use delays in most cases, but everything's different. It depends on what you're working on. So yeah, if you have to do a delay and you don't want to like literally delay it forever. So I'm going to show you guys some nodes that are ridiculous. So we were talking about this one the other night. It's called random bool wait next tick. This is another good one. I picked this one up by reverse engineering an Epic Games game that they made. I was like, what is this node? I didn't even know it existed until I saw them using it. I was like, those motherfuckers. Yeah, so here's what's going on. So random bool with wait, this is literally a percentage. So this means if true, then we have successfully occurred within a percentage bracket. This is 50%. This is 30%. This is 4%. Right, yes. Exactly what we were saying earlier. Yeah. So this is crazy. This is awesome. This is a great one to use, super optimized. Use this for your random, percentage cases. And then delayed till next tick, like I said before, and I'll back up what Din's saying there. You should not be having to rely on delays anyways. In most cases, you should have them hard locked, meaning they're on timers, they're on, if-then statements, they're on switchers, they're routing the correct way, they're within inside certain loop systems. But it's not uncommon to use these. Sometimes in like UI design, like I've done a lot of UI design, and you have to use these sometimes because, for example, it's trying to get access to something that doesn't exist yet, or you want to delay something that's visible so that it loads the data first and then it becomes visible. So there are a lot of situations where you want to delay something, but you don't want it to be like a massive delay. That's what this is. And this is not representative of a time in terms of like seconds. It's in terms of literal game ticks. And for those who don't know, game ticks do change based on someone's operating system. So if you have a really high-end computer, your ticks are going to run a lot faster. So yeah, fun fact. So those two nodes are like really cool to learn about. Just fun little pointers that I've picked up along the way. And I'm like, holy shit, I had no idea that existed. Anyways, so yeah, Forrest, hopefully that helps you. Thinking adding the ships to my inventory database makes the attach for me automatic. Yeah, I mean, whatever floats your boat, I use data tables like crazy, by the way. There was like some weird rumors that I heard in the community. By the way, it's really hard to find good valid data. There's a lot of people who do not know what the fuck they're talking about, but they act like they know what they're talking about. And it's frustrating because when you're trying to learn, people will act like, oh, this is the way you do it. And it's not the way you do it. So you really want to focus on what the Epic Games devs are doing, what they're working on, what they're doing, reverse engineer their projects, and try to study what they're doing and use Grok, man, use AI, because there's like a lot of good ways to do things and there's a lot of bad ways to do things. So actually, there's a few right ways to do things. There's a lot of bad ways to do it. You can also set your actor tick frequency so that doesn't ramp up or down. That is true. That is true too. An FPS lock, so to speak, or a tick lock, yeah, on your character or your actor, whatever it is. True. Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of hidden little things that people probably do not even realize exist. If we go to this vehicle pawn, for example, he's talking about in here, if you go to your tick sequence, you can actually change the interval for how often a tick will occur for this actor, which means if you say, for example, event tick, like we always want this to update every tick. Well, what does that represent? Well, at 0, it means whatever the game threshold is for your system. But if you want to, you could say, no, it's going to mean every 0.5. You can actually slow them down so that it's not like all the time. You can also change it so that it's allowed to use a tick before begin play. There's another thing. This is a fun little trick for optimizing assets. If you have static meshes, you don't need a tick. There is no need to have a tick on it. If it's just sitting there in your world, why do you have a tick running on it? So for example, if I go to a random tick here or a random asset, let's go to like a wall here. Okay, so let's like bring this tower in. Okay, so we got like an asset here. And if we take a look at this actual static mesh, the static mesh itself may not need any ticks for it. So what we can do is we can just change things to like not use certain things, not use certain whatevers. I don't even think it's in here. I think it's in the actor. Sorry, it's not the static mesh. It's the actor is what I meant to say. So like if we have an actor that has this static mesh in it, we can then turn off the tick for that actor, for that mesh or whatever it is we're using. So like if you have an actor that just sits here, like for example, this just sits here or whatever, we can open this up as an actor, and then inside here we can turn the tick off. Is what I meant to do. So I kind of fucked that up. Where's that? Tick. Yeah, allow tick dedicated server, start with tick enabled. We can turn this off. So if you have something that's like an actor that just sits there for looks, why do you have the ticks on? You know, like you could turn those off. It can help a little bit. So there's just like a lot of cool little features that you can turn on and off. Yep. It's true. That's true. Yeah. Yep, systems don't need a lot of process ticks. And that's what they do. I mean, the big boys do that stuff. They go through, they have an auditor, and his or her job is to literally just go through every fucking thing and make sure that, nope, that's off, nope, we don't need this. What's this doing? Why is that texture under the wrong parameter? Like, if you look at textures, this is another way to optimize. This is a texture for the tower. Well, why is it set to texture group world? That's not correct. It should be set to texture group assets or whatever. So this does make like a big difference on a large scale. Because if these are all set to the wrong thing, then you're running all the same channels for all the memory, and it just gets ridiculous. So yeah, there's a lot of different things you can do, like GPU, CPU, what kind of stuff are we doing? Does it need to have alpha? So yeah, there's like so many tricky ways to optimize, and I've optimized the shit out of a lot of stuff because I couldn't play this game without optimizing stuff. Like, you have to optimize. So, and I never use 4K unless it's like maybe the character, like the skin. I almost never use 4K. I'm always using 2K for everything because, like, who cares? You know what I mean? Yep. Right, it requires ticking, right, to gather the information. The other is to push events into your systems. These don't require ticking typically. That is true. That is true. Yep. This is true, sir. Let's see. We got some ads playing right now. We're gonna blast through those ads because who the hell likes ads? Let those wrap up here. Okay. So I think we're in a good place. I'm gonna wait for this ad to finish so that I'm not leaving people behind. They're like, what did I miss? But yeah, there's like a crazy amount of optimization you can do. It just gets really nuts. Yeah, I'm just like constantly trying to, get things to just work. My main philosophy for game deving is usually make it work first. Like, it's funny, I'll have some people come in here and they'll be like, oh, that blueprint's a fucking disaster. Like, oh man, spaghetti. And I'm like, whatever. Like, you just gotta like ignore the noise in the room and focus on what you're doing, because a lot of people are unaware of like the correct procedure to do things. Like, if I spent time cleaning up every single thing when I'm trying to create or prototype a system, I would waste so much time, it would literally defeat the whole purpose, right? So my philosophy is usually make it work first. I don't care how ugly it looks, just make it work. And then we start to optimize, make it look pretty, right? So like, you want to make it work first, then optimize, then make it look pretty. It's kind of like in that order. Because otherwise you're just like going in circles. You make something look pretty and it doesn't work. Now you got to fix it. Now it doesn't look pretty. You're stuck in this like backward loop. So did that work for you, Forrest? Good to hear. Yeah, so you're just attaching the actor, then you're unattaching the actor. Clean and simple. Make sure you're not welding bones though when you do that. There's a little checkbox that says like welding bones, I think. Make sure it doesn't say that, because that'll sometimes that can cause issues when you're attaching actors, depending on the situation. Right, and you change it later and all the cosmetics break. Exactly. So no matter what anybody ever tells you, if you're brand new, whatever, ignore the bullshit. There's a lot of like, yo, what's up, bro? Like assholes out there that'll try to act like your code is disgusting or your code is broken or, oh, that looks so sloppy, you don't know what you're doing or whatever. They're all idiots. I'm sorry to say, but they're just idiots. I've had people come in here and they've watched me play my game and they're like, why are the frames so shit? This looks terrible. I can't even watch it. It's so low frames, bro. They don't know anything. They literally know nothing about like the circumstances of what we're doing. They have zero concept. They don't understand that it's inside an editor. They don't understand that it's running on 4K. I'm streaming. The computer can only handle so much. It's on high settings. They have no clue. Yeah. They don't understand how it works. It's the only example I can give is it's like trying to like load like a 16K image on your computer, right? It's like, oh my God, it's going to take some time. It's going to be like the old school and you're like loading an image, right? So like it takes time to load a 16K image or a 24K image. It's going to take a while. That's what it's like when shit's not optimized. Shit takes time. But when you optimize it, it's a quick little thumbnail, ready to go, right? So that's the difference between like a baked game, a shippable game, in the editor, all that shit. Now, granted, it's kind of a bad sign if you're like literally chugging all the time in every situation. But what they're not realizing is when I hit play, for example, there's really no, this is not a normal loading screen. This is just a quick, hot loading screen. You're not even supposed to be in the game right now. Now, maybe you should start to get into the game, right? Like, you have a loading screen on a normal game that lasts like 30 seconds. So, like, all these assets would still be fully loaded first. You'd have load testers built in. Like, is this loaded? Yes. Is it fully ready? Yes. Is it within range? Yes. Okay. Now we're good to load the game, right? So, and we're in the editor. So these people just have no freaking concept of what game development's really like. Yes. Exploration, discovery, prototype stage. Yeah. Big idea is to see if it works first. Yep. Mostly during this stage. I call that like the prototyping kind of thing. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Or yeah, you're just doing like testing. Yeah, that's a good. Yeah. Experimental. Tell me if it's a good idea. During implementation, I apply optimization as I go. Right, as I test and go work with other testers to find issues, including optimization issues. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's just common sense. Like, the more you start to do this stuff, the more you start to realize, like, there really is no other way to do it. You're going to be forced into that process regardless. I mean, I come from a visual background, so, like, I'm very visual. Like, I like to make my assets look really good. I want things to look, like, top-notch, high quality, blah, blah, blah. And I had to learn the hard way, like, hey, you got to make sure it works first, man. Because I'd have, like, all these pretty assets and everything looks really good, and it's like, it doesn't work. So usually what I do is I just kind of, like, start with something simple first, and then or at least if I know what I need, then I can bring in more assets. But I work in, like, the whole world of master for everything. So, like, master harvestable resource, master vehicle, master building for enemy facilities, master enemy, so that way it just scales out real fast. And that's another thing where people are like, oh, it takes you so long to do something. It's like, you don't understand, like, when you're making some of these things, these systems that I'm working on, like, they are huge. They're super scalable. So once I'm done, like, this vehicle right here, I can make a new vehicle in fucking 5 minutes, and I can have it shippable to people. Here's another vehicle. Here's a truck. Here's a car. Here's another vehicle. Boom, boom. Like, man, how does this one-man army dude bang out like 30 vehicles in the latest fucking patch from yesterday? It's because when you build systems that are, like, super intuitive and they're adaptable, and you take the time to make, like, strong, good parent systems, they scale, like, so fast. You can just add new content, like, you can just start banging out content like crazy. And you notice some of these studios don't do that because you have the same enemy mobs, the same assets for, like, years. And you know why? Because they're probably, like, slapping shit down willy-nilly, like, block by block, and, like, really doing things the slow way. So if you scale it correctly, you won't have to worry about that. And then another thing that I've learned is to make sure that your shit is self-correctable. And this is for situations such as, let's say players are playing my game and they have a bunch of loot, and I'm like, oh geez, I gotta change an asset. I don't like the way that looks. What happens sometimes in games is, like, they'll change the asset and oop, it gets deleted. Well, now what you do is you have backward compatibility refetch. So basically it'll say, hey, something's wrong with this data that came in. I can't find the data that used to be here. So what it will do is inside the system, it'll say, let me go back to the core. What's the name of this item? Let me just, like, look it up again. So it'll look up the item name and say, oh, okay, I got the new data. And then it will recompile that data out and update it accordingly, as opposed to, oh, I don't have the data. You know what I mean? So, like, it's always good to have systems that can, like, think for themselves a little bit, like intelligent systems, as opposed to just like, yeah, it works. So yes, yeah, AI is pretty bad at it. Yeah. Although I gotta say, Grok's pretty fucking good. Like, I keep saying it, man. Like, Grok is on fucking point with most stuff. For those who don't know, you can go to grok.com, or you can just go to x.com, make an account on what was Twitter, now X, and just talk to Grok. You just click this button, boom, do whatever you want. You can do deep search, you can do think. I do pay $8 a month for it because I get extra shit for, like, image generations or whatever. They don't care for legal purposes. Like, you can actually use their images in certain games. You can use them in commercials. You can use them for profit. It doesn't fucking matter. You can read their own terms if you want. So guys, like, if you don't want to dick around, I mean, Grok is there for you. So it's not the best with some stuff. You know, sometimes it struggles in certain areas, but just keep that in mind. Yeah. Yeah. Like the overall design of it. Yeah, I agree, Graham. It's a little off the rocker. Yeah, sometimes it's a little weird. I found that when I talk to, for example, Grok, I have to really tell it everything. I say, okay, in Unreal Engine, in Blueprints, not C++, here's what I'm dealing with. I've got this, it's called that. I got this, it's called that. I'm trying to get this to work. I'm trying to connect this to work. What's the best approach that's the most optimized? Like, you have to really, like, you got to struggle for a while and take your time. You can't just be like, how make game, you know? You have to actually, like, have a proper conversation with it so it knows what the fuck's going on. So yeah, it can be a little rough, but yeah, I absolutely love Grok. It's been my teacher for at least the last year, and I've learned a lot. So, you know, it is what it is. And then eventually you get to a point where you kind of only use it for like fringe case, where you're trying to like, or like experimental stuff. You're like, all right, how do I do this? Or what's the most optimized approach to this or whatever. So it can kind of just help look that stuff up for you, because it's not like you have like a random like Epic Games dude that's like sitting next to you, be like, yes, that's the correct way. It's like, you know, and even if you did, who knows if they would know the right answer, because the engine's changing every 5 freaking minutes. So the AI can at least just like get that information so much faster. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, whatever works for you, man. Whatever works for you. I personally like Grok. I used to use Meta all the time. I still use Meta for a lot of other stuff, but my number one is Grok for like everything bulk, like information, discussion, theory, math problems, system design. Like when I really need to have like a quick instruction on how to build a system that I'm unfamiliar with, I'll use Grok. Most of the time, I don't need it because I'm just doing it in my head, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'll just do this, I'll just do this, I'll just do that. But sometimes I'm like, is there a better node for this, or what's a better approach, you know? So I'll go with Grok. Meta is different. I use that for some other stuff. I used to use Meta for learning, you know, like the code stuff, but I found Grok to be a little bit more efficient. But it is what it is. Whatever works for you is perfect, you know? Yeah, you gotta really just get off your ass and do it on your own. Yeah. No one's gonna do it for you because you're not paying them for it. And secondly, you're gonna have the most passion for it because it's yours. So as long as you can start understanding that, the faster you'll start getting stuff done. Yeah. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I used to use Mini. Yep. So yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff out there. I totally agree. It's gonna get crazy, man. It's gonna get way crazier. It's gonna get so crazy, man. And then of course it's like finding the right pipelines for stuff when you're building things. I would say pipelines are something nobody talks about. I've been thinking of doing YouTube videos. I don't know if you guys would want me to or not, but I've thought about doing YouTube videos, like a whole series. Because when I started, dude, I got thrown around like a rag doll. Like, there are so many assholes out there who know nothing about the topic, but they'll tell you, bro, you're doing it wrong, right? So it's like, I got thrown in so many weird directions when I first started. I didn't have a proper trainer or a teacher or anything. It was just a total shit show. And, you know, I've been doing it now for like 3.5 years-ish, and holy shit, I've come a long way. But then again, it's been like 15 hours a day every day. So what do you expect? It's basically better than college, you know? But like, you gotta learn the hard way, man. And like, people will not tell you like the right way because either they don't know or they're too afraid to let you know that they don't know, right? They'll be like, oh, yeah, this is the way to do it. Well, that might not be the right way to do it. So yeah, it's real tricky. But anyways, we got some damage done today, guys. We did really good. I'm excited. You're excited. We're all excited. So I think I'm gonna wrap it up here for the night, guys. But it was fun. It was fun. We have fully functional vehicles. We made another admin system a few days ago, this little guy right here, that I just press a button and it fixes all of my foliage actors in the entire area and static meshes. And then today we just finished getting this spawning zone system set up. We still have to do some more work on this, but I like it. It's a great start, and thank you again for your help. So yeah, I think that's it for me tonight, guys. All right, we're gonna call it here. All right, thanks for the subs. I appreciate it, guys. Keep on Devin. Have some fun. If you haven't already, join my Discord. And if you like my music, you can check my music out too. It's right here. Take a listen. It's good stuff on Spotify. All right, peace out, guys. Have a good night.